I request you all to please settle down and take your respective seats. I request you all to please keep your mobile phones on the silent mode. Shri Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Development of Telematics, CDOT. Shri R.R. Mittal, Advisor and Head, Telecommunications Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Ms. Tripti Saxena, Senior Deputy Director General, TEC, Government of India. Esteemed speakers from the government, academia, industry, and global telecom associations, distinguished guests and dignitaries, representatives from media and press, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Telecommunication Engineering Center, TEC, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, I welcome you all to the second day of the International Workshop on 6G Standardization that is being organized in association with the India Mobile Congress 2023. International Telecommunications Union, ITU, released its Vision Framework document for IMT 2030 in July 2023 that has kick-started the standardization process for 6G technology. This is indeed an opportune time for different stakeholders of the global technology ecosystem to come forward and lay out the standardization framework for the emerging 6G technology. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop aims to provide a collaborative platform for furthering global standardization initiatives for 6G technology in close coordination with R&D, academia, industry, startups, and global telecom associations and standards development organizations. This workshop will make us delve into the intricacies of various aspects and use cases of 6G technology amid enriching talks by a galaxy of eminent speakers from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we once again extend a very warm and hearty welcome to our distinguished guests and dignitaries. May I now request Shri R.R. Mittal, Advisor and Head, Telecommunication Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address.
So, thank you, Aman. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all the participants here for this very important day 2 of the 6G standardization workshop that we have. Coming straight to my duties of welcoming the esteemed officers on the dais. Let me start with to first welcome Mr. Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, for sparing his valuable time and coming here to and also to give some thoughts which government has for the 6G. For many of you may not know that after Mr. Rajaraman went on deputation to the new assignment, Mr. Apurva Chandra was Secretary DOT, and within the short tenure of 1 month, I think he had a couple of meetings on Bharat 6G Alliance, where it was stressed that the 6G standardization in the country also needs to be geared up. Because, and for the benefit of those who are present here, he has always been supportive of Telecommunication Engineering Center. We had organized in ISC ITU meeting of Study Group 9, which dealt with broadcasting and television, and there was a participation from MIB in that. So, and There was a TRI recommendation on SMS and CAS test schedule preparation, lab recognition. That work was entrusted to TEC, and there was a good cooperation between MIB, TRI, and this thing. So thank you very much, sir, for being here today to guide us on the path ahead. I would also take this opportunity to warmly welcome Dr. Abhay Karandikar. Of course, first I would like to, on behalf of everybody, congratulate you, sir, on your taking over as Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. Professor Abhay Karandikar, of course, is a well-known name. He was before that, he was in IIT Kanpur, and be it Bharat 6G Alliance, be it advisory committee to track patents, when you name it, any initiative on part of government for the technology, Dr. Karandikar is always there. And because when we are talking standardization, sir has a patent from IEEE on frugal networks. I mean, he may have so many, I can recall only one, sir. So to be here and as Secretary DST and becoming part of 6G standardization, I can assure you we will have a good kind of a guidance for the path we need to follow. Let me then welcome, after this I would like to welcome Mr. Raghunandan, Secretary TRAI. As Secretary TRAI, in fact, Information and Broadcasting and Telecom, we share, the regulator is TRAI. So it's a good convergence in as far as regulatory role is concerned. But everybody is well aware of what TRAI is doing. But let me tell you that standardization is very, very close to Mr. Raghunandan's heart. He was DDG International Relations, and for the first time, a good initiative was taken for the WTSA to send the names of candidates for WTSA meeting in Geneva, and a lot of Indian persons, government, academia, industry. I can tell ISC has a vice chair, I think Professor Biswas, he's a vice chair in study group 9. So there is vice chair from Sterlite in study group 15. They are expert in fiber. So it was his initiative that India could find presence in chair and vice chair positions in ITU. So thank you, Raghunan, for that. Let me then welcome dear Dr. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT. On his shoulders rests a lot of expectation from government in as far as Atmanirbharta is concerned. CDOT is one of the leading R&D organizations, especially in government sectors, and of course we have academia also doing that. And in the 6G standardization, I am sure I will like to recall Dr. Upadhyay that a standardization group has to be created in CDOT to take this journey of standardization forward, and we have time, but as we learnt yesterday, the patents have started already being filed, so we have to also get up, and I am sure academic leaders here and CDOT will play their role. Let me also welcome my colleague, Madam Tripti Saxena, Head and Senior DDG TEC. She has a lot of experience. She is 87 batch ITS, so around 35-year experience in telecom. So, and of course, let me welcome each and every one of the delegates here, young officers from the NTI PRIT, who on their shoulders also there's a lot of expectation to take the standardization work in the country. So with this, thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for the second day of this international workshop on 6G standardization that would make the participants delve into various aspects of 6G technology standardization. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the pleasure of the gracious company of Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Development of Telematics, CDOT, the premier telecom R&D center of the Government of India. Sir, may I request you to please deliver the keynote address.
Secretary MIB, Apur Chandra ji, Secretary DST, Karandikar ji, Advisor TEC, Mittar sir, Secretary TRAI, Raghunandan ji, Madam Tripti Saxena ji, industry leaders, academic leaders, and dear guests. First of all, thank you for making me part of this inaugural session. India, you know, that is at the cusp of technology revolution. I think before 2020, this country was only import-centric. We were happy, whatever is given to us, we take it, in spite of the fact that we are one of the largest market in terms of population, in terms of consumers. But we were happy doing, importing things. And it's good that some beginning happened. I think the 5G was one such example wherein if we think as a country where the talent is there, country where resources are there, country where most of the IPs are done. Today, if you look at any of the chip making, be it Intel, Qualcomm, the IPs are actually, the work happens in Bangalore, Noida, Gurgaon, the IPs are generated elsewhere. So, if you think of 2G, 3G, 4G, we really missed the bus. And under the Atmanirbhar Bharat of 2020, when we were given the task that by the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, saying that we have to produce something. And I'm happy to report that, as you are aware, the India has already developed its 4G and 5G stack together with the industry. And it's already deployed in BSNL, and soon services will be launched. In small scale, the services has already been launched in 3 cities, Amritsar, Firozpur and Pathankot. Already 35,000 customers are getting this service from the 4G core developed by CDOT and radios developed by Tejas and integrated by TCS. If you look, what is important, like when we did this work, we got a notice from one of the vendor saying that, oh, you are infringing into my SCPs, please pay me up. So SCPs become very, very important. Standard essential patent become very, very important. And if you look at this shift, initially the 2G, 3G, mainly primarily US and Europe, these standards were coming. But in the 5G, the situation changed. It was Asia-centric. I think from the perspective of Asia, we are happy it was Asia-centric, but nothing from India. It was primarily from China and primarily from Korea. So if you look at the SCPs, where these SCPs are required, because why the standardization is happening, because finally we should get into the standards and generating some of the SCPs for this country. Where from these SCPs come? The one, network vendors, the people like Nokia's, Ericsson's, Huawei, ZTE. Then the handset manufacturers, the SCPs come. That is why Micromax disappeared, because of the SCP problem. So SCPs in the third is the chipset. Unless until we have a chipset, the third SCPs, likes of Qualcomm, for example, have not many SCPs into this. And whenever you go for a chip, $4 million first to start the reference board. So therefore, SCPs become very, very important. As far as the 6G is concerned, we have taken a good lead, and I see some of the patent holders in this August audience. But there again, if you see these 6G patents which have been filed till today, I think if I am correct, 20,000 patents have been filed and 8,000 patents are from China. 40% patents are from China, 35% from US, Japan 10%, Europe 9%, South Korea 4%, and others are 1.5%. We come in others. A long way to go for us, and collectively, given our talent, I'm sure we can very well do it. Because a lot of new things are coming up in 6G in terms of immersive extended reality, mobile holograms, digital replica. So many areas will have to attack in terms of doing things. So I will put some points where we need to concentrate. For example, first, we need to identify some experimental spectrum which should be given to the industry right now. so that people can experiment, academia can experiment, industry can experiment. The second thing is, given these kind of use cases, we need to have very advanced optical systems. A lot of research will have to be taken in the optical domain, because now we are talking about, yesterday I was talking to Samir DG, he was saying, मेरा terahertz में 54 Gbps का bandwidth मिल रहा है. 54 Gbps, you need wonderful optical systems which will take care of this thing. The third is the huge R&D spend. I think 500 crore, 1000 crore we want to, we might, I think our DST secretary is also here. I'll urge him to, go for not less than 5,000, 10,000 crore of budget for 6G if we have to become a leader. By peanuts, I don't think we can become leaders by 500 crore, 300 crore. Huge R&D budget we need. We need research in new materials, because now when we are talking about 6G, we will be needing new materials like graphene, metamaterials. So we need to do research parallelly in the material. It will require new hardware to, if you are dealing with terahertz, we are dealing with various materials, you also need new hardware, new software. In terms of, we have taken good lead, Bharat 6G Alliance. In fact, I'm also founding member. So it has taken a good lead, and we have started partnership with NextG Alliance. I think it's a very good beginning that we are talking about 6G when it is to come in 2028, 2030. It's a very good beginning, because we never earlier, I don't remember, I was in TRI in 2010 to 14. Never we talked about much about standards. We were happy importing, happy. So good that TRI is also taking interest, industry is taking interest, and together I'm sure we can do it. As far as the government is concerned, CDOT is the implementing agency for terahertz testbed. We have funded 70 crore to Samir. Government has funded, we are the implementing agency. And many such testbeds on optical, reflective surfaces, materials, softwares, hardwares have to be, it has to be strengthened. And even if 2 out of 10 projects succeed, I think we'll have some good thing. The CDOT is already, got some experience in developing 4G, 5G with the industry, and I'm sure that our schemes like TTDF, CCRP will go a long way, and we will be very open to the industry leaders, academia leaders from this August audience to, jointly force partnerships, and so that we can do much more research in 6G and definitely, fulfill the dream of Honorable Prime Minister for becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I'm sure, given the talent in our country, we should be able to, or given the push early which has happened, we will be able to succeed in 6G standardization and make a good presence in the global scenarios. This 0.0001% should become by 2028. I can see Professor Kochi here. He is one of the top filer of the 6G patent. We should get enough percentage by 2028, and I'm happy that we are ready to work with the industry and the academia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for taking us through various technology initiatives and reforms undertaken by the Government of India to enhance India's contribution towards technology development, standardization, and patenting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also graced by the esteemed presence of Shri B. Raghunandan, Secretary, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI. Sir, may I request you to please address us all on this eventful day.
Respected Purchandra Saab, whom I have been interacting very often as a regulator on broadcasting and other matters. Professor Karandikar Saab, whom also we had taken guidance while coming out with certain consultation papers. And Dr. Upadhyaya, who has been a close friend of mine for decades actually. I have been interacting with him. Mittar Saab, and who is well known to all of you. And then he is a friend of many batches, not only his batch, and I used to interact with him on and often on the TEC matters, and thanks to him that he made a mention of my name for as a DDG IR, still he remembers. So I'll touch some part of that, and then my colleague Tripti ji, and then many who are present here, the audience, and then Professor Kuchi, who has been the pillar of 5GI, and other dignitaries of the dais. So I take this opportunity to welcome you all for this, and then for the meeting. And first, I will have two perspectives. I'll give a little bit of, since he touched about the DDGIR perspective, that is also very equally important, which is very close to my heart. And then second part, little I will touch about on the regulatory perspective, being a regulator. So both. So first of all, let me just, when I took over as DDGIR earlier, at the time, we had hardly one or two vice chairs for the whole of ITU, where we had I have seen that. So that noticing that, first thing is to see that there should be first of all, there should be a clear, if you wanted to become a leader in the standardization. So first of all, you must attend the standardization meetings itself. So you have to attend. The first thing is to consistent representation. Second step is to take leading positions. Then you lead, and then with your thoughts, and then so give the direction. So that was the thing. So we made a concerted effort that time. That was one thing. The second strategy or whatever thoughts we have taken was, why not we host those meetings itself in India? Why not we host the ITU itself in India? So that was the thought process, and initially we moved strategically that ITU area office itself should be hosted in India, and then we had worked hard for that nearly 4 years to see that the dream has been realized, and I'm happy that, so after my just leaving, sir, Honorable Prime Minister has launched ITU area office. The idea of area office was not confined to, it is there in the files, it is not confined to only for the D sector. It has to be to establish India as a standardization hub, regional standardization hub. So where India can participate and then be on ITU's platform and host. So that is again another part was to host one, why not we host a major event of ITU standardization. So that is WTSA. So we took bidding for that, and there was quite a bit of discussions on that ITU council meeting, and I had to consistently attend the council meetings and then ensure that WTSA comes to India. So we are hosting that event now. So next year, so that is going to be hosted in the same, so Honorable Prime Minister has announced, so that is going to be hosted in the same venue next year, 2024. So I am happy that the standardization part, we moved a lot from 1 or 2 to around more than 10 vice chairs, and Mithar Saab is one of the esteemed chairs of one of the major groups in that. So that is another thing. And then now coming back to our sector actually, I had attended some of the working party 5D meetings, especially 5GI to move forward. In that, some of the meetings I was fortunate to attend and then take it forward. And we need to host ITU 5D meetings in India itself strategically, so that the huge representation from India will happen. And then that is one of the key aspects of, and then perhaps we need to think about WRC itself next time to host in India. That maybe we have to strategically think, and then participation. So that idea is to have a major representation, and then our thoughts, and then our contributions to ITU, where we can make it as a dream realized for the 6G project. So this is about the standardization. Then coming back to as a regulator, my perspective is that, so 6G, 5G and 6G, etc., you require the densification. We had during the coffee chat I had with Professor Karandikar, we were talking about the street furniture, etc., realizing that this is going to be very, very key. So we conducted 4 pilots. TRI had conducted 4 pilots on the street furniture extensively. It's a 300-page guidance document, how we need to have a street furniture to be rolled out. So then we gave recommendations. Also we gave extensive recommendations on that. And then all the street furniture now are being brought onto the single ROW portal, so that it can be facilitated. If you want to roll out tomorrow 5G, 6G, we are thinking about it. So you need a proper rollout, and then a proper regulatory framework to be in place where you have to. So that was the first thing which we worked out. And then in building also 5G, how 5G and 6G to be penetrated. We worked on the around again another 250-page document on the IBS recommendations. So we had also actually worked on the edge data centers, how it has to be. Here is one important thing which I must thank Power Ministry, is that the Green Power Initiative for the telecom. So 6G, 5G, 6G is going to be, it has to be sustainable, and it has to be led by through the green initiatives. So what we did is, we worked closely with the Power Ministry, And then we requested that the green open access should be allowed from 1 megawatt to 100 kilowatt and 100 kilowatt to aggregation of 100 kilowatts. So with this, almost every telecom can be on the green on the open access. Every telecom can be on the open access. So that is going to be path breaking. You may not realize today, but if 100 kilowatt aggregation means every BTS can come on green. You need not have a green here, but you can have a green access through the open access. So that is actually the very, very important aspect. We worked very closely with the Power Ministry, and also we worked on the several forums. FOIR is the forum for Indian regulators, where we have worked joint committee of regulator with the financial regulators. We worked on that. We took a lot of initiatives for the combined committees there, and then we worked on the how to deploy the street furniture and use the same for the 5G and 6G in the future to come. So these are the three initiatives from the regulatory perspective. And regarding the spectrum, people were talking, maybe I'll take one more minute. So the DOT at the right time, they referred to us, Mr. Upadhyay was touching about the experimental license. So the DOT has sent us the reference on two aspects. One is on the 95 gigahertz to terahertz. So what are all the things to be done? So there, one more important aspect which DOT has touched, very interesting, Professor Karandikar can keep in mind, sir, whomsoever does the experiments, and whether we can give the license to them for the manufacturing of the same equipment. So that was the part of the reference, very key aspect of it. So that has been referred to us. We are working on the consultation on that issue. And 37 to 43.5 is another reference which has come from DOT. And these are the things which I thought that from the regulatory perspective, and the standards I already spoken. And we have also come out with now seeing the 5G deployment to take place further. What are all the steps to be taken? We have released two important consultations. One is how 5G ecosystem can be further developed even at this stage. What are all the requirements to be done? So because many of the regulatory aspects are coming into the picture because it penetrates through the different verticals, the vertical ministries. So we suggested actually interministerial committee to be formed, and at the same time we need to also take this to the state governments. So we have also interacted with the state governments. So these are the steps, and then finally we need to also have a spectrum roadmap which is still not yet to be done. So sir, I think I would request all the my colleagues from senior officers from DOT that spectrum roadmap is very key to think about all these things strategically to work towards the standardization part of it. With this, I thank all of you for actually organizers and TEC for having given me opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing various regulatory perspectives and highlighting the importance of close and harmonious coordination with global telecom associations to make India take a lead in the technology standardization initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed privileged to have in the midst of us Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Sir, may I request you to please address us all on this momentous occasion.
Thank you very much. Shri Apurva Chandra ji, Shri Raghunandan ji, Shri R.K. Upadhyay, Shri Mittar, Mrs. Saxena. I'm indeed delighted to be a part of this international workshop on 6G standardization. As all of you know that I have spent more than 3 decades in the telecom sector, both in research, policy, regulation, standardization. I have been associated with all aspects. I have been a part-time member of TRAI. I was a chairman of TSDSI. And no period has been more exciting than the last 5 years, in which we have taken several significant steps in order to sort of make our position globally stronger. After setting up of the Telecom Standards Development Society of India, we became an organizational partner of 3GPP and took the case of providing affordable rural broadband connectivity by presenting our case in the form of low mobility, large cell scenario as one of the configuration requirements of the IMT, and also became in a very strong position from merely a market of the telecom equipment to a country which could present our radio interface technology RIT specifications to ITU. This was a very indeed giant step, and now we are in a very significant position to influence the 6C standardization. Of course, as Mr. Upadhyay said, that we still have a long way to go, both in terms of doing the research which is relevant to the standardization and also in terms of filing patents. But I'm indeed delighted that we are now talking on a position of strength with our ecosystem of standards community getting developed. We have our own indigenous 5G stack and the 5G technology in place. We have a very committed and a dedicated team of researchers in academia, and we now have an ecosystem of the industry players and startups which have really come together to contribute towards the indigenous development. And in this context, I would say that we indeed have an opportunity to steer the 6G standardization in a way which will be have not really thought of before. As you know that the 5G itself was a paradigm shift from the standard mobile telephony of the 2G and 3G, but the 6G would be really a game changing, and India presents a very fertile use case scenario of influencing the 6G research and the standardization in a vastly different way, which I think in the rest of the world we cannot have those kind of use cases. With the advent of this cellular mobile communication, we have already seen a huge increase in the data volume. Already globally we have 120 exabytes data generated per month, and out of which India is contributing to about 1/6, 20 exabytes. But by 2030 we believe that the India share will increase to 1/3 or even more than that of the total data volumes that would get generated from the cellular mobile communications. We will have a variety of use cases from very high throughput to very low data rate. We will have use cases from very stringent latency requirements to latency tolerant applications, and also the heterogeneity of the radio access technologies and the devices, which for which India indeed will be a useful test scenario, from cellular mobile communications, Wi-Fi, drones, integration of satellite, terrestrial, humans, machines, sensors, IoT connected devices, and as Mr. Apur Chandra will talk about, even the future of the mobile broadcasting, getting the terrestrial broadcasting to your mobile devices. This kind of, even in the cellular mobile standard for a long time, even when the 6G standards come, we will continue to have the 4G and the 5G technologies coexistent. And therefore, the heterogeneity of the multiple radio access technology scenario that India will present, I don't think that scenario will be there anywhere. And in this context, therefore, we really need to consider the scalability issues, not only from the radio point of view, but also from the core networks point of view. In fact, if you see, the research and standardization directions in all these years have been mostly concentrated on improving the spectral efficiency of the radio access, and then considering the standardization issues which are at the RAN level. But I think going forward, we will see that a significant work needs to be done in the core network itself. In fact, the core network will present a huge scalability challenges when a good spectrally efficient heterogeneous radio access technologies will start pumping in large volumes of data to the core networks, and then issues in terms of scalability of the core networks will come. As you know that in a cellular mobile communication, the primary reason for the core networks, I mean, unlike in the internet, the primary reason of the core networks was to anchor the mobility. And given the fact that in the beyond 5G and the 6G technologies, a significant fraction of the users are going to be stationary and the fixed users requiring a huge data access. In fact, this whole concept of the core networks may undergo a significant change. A disaggregation at the RAN level and also a further disaggregation at the core networks will be necessary, because the scalability of the core networks will not only be in the form of the data plane, but also in the form of huge signaling load that will come on the control planes. So we are likely to see some really groundbreaking research in the core networks as well. Another issue that we are currently facing in the 5G, and I think the India does present a very good scenario when we have the multi-radio access technologies, due to a fragmented multi-RAN. Today, for example, the mobile networks try to integrate multiple radio access technologies like cellular, 5G, 6G, LTE, Wi-Fi, and in future we will, as I mentioned, that we will have the broadcast scenarios. However, while the 5G core network does support the integration of these radio access technologies with the RAN, we still don't have an integrated unification at the RAN level, and it still has some fragmentations which makes an integration of multi-radio access technology a challenging task at the core networks. And these are some of the aspects which will require a fundamental changes in the core architecture as well. I think we are indeed rightly positioned to influence some future directions in the core networks. As Mr. Upadhyay mentioned, that new research directions in the devices and materials will also become extremely important, given the size and scale of our country, and given the fact that we will have a large number of use case applications requiring several different types of devices, including innovative sensors. And in these directions, I believe that we may need again certain innovations which will be required, particularly in the context of our country, to have wider applications almost in all areas, not only just ranging from the primary telephone connectivity, but also in the sectors of agriculture, health, transportations, logistics, and so on. These use cases will also likely to throw up many research challenges, not only at the device level, but also at the software stacks level as well. Mr. Upadhyay mentioned that Department of Science and Technology should fund some of these researches. As you know, that we already have a national mission on cyber physical systems. Some of the technologies are on display in the exhibition hall here. You are most welcome to see. But given the fact the future directions, DST is soon going to operationalize the National Research Foundation, and the NRF will fund some of the advanced areas in advanced materials, for example, sensors, integrated sensing and communications, and in general, a broad spectrum of the cyber physical system, because the future 6G technologies are not just going to concentrate just the telecom area, but much beyond the telecom, affecting almost all sectors of economy and our everyday life, whether it is just an internet access or communications, but even our day-to-day living. And we believe that the 6G technologies will improve the quality of life in our country, given the fact that now digital connectivity is going to be all pervasive. I hope that with a concerted efforts and with a coordinated efforts among different departments and ministries of the Government of India, academia, our vibrant industry, and a very thriving research ecosystem, we will be able to make a difference not only at the global 6G standardization scale, but also in terms of developing indigenous technology, which can not only be commercially deployed in our country, but also can become a global exporter in next 10, 15, 25 years, as our Honorable Prime Minister has said, that the next Amrut Kal by 2047, we should be in a position to be a global science and technology leader. As Mr. Upadhyay mentioned, that we are still counted in the others category, we should be in a positions where we will have a significant share of not only the standards essential patents, but also of a deployed, commercially deployed use technologies in the country. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me and making me a part of this conference today. I hope that the 2-day exciting programs will throw up many opportunities for networking with each other and setting the directions where we can make contributions. And I hope this entire workshop will lead to some exciting recommendations and conclusions at the end of the day. So once again, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for giving us insights into the need of strengthening the indigenous technology and research ecosystem, for giving a concrete shape to India's contribution towards 6G standardization initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor and privilege to have the esteemed presence of Shri Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. Sir, may I request you to address us all on this eventful day.
Good morning, Professor Karandikar, Mr. Raghunandan, Mr. Upadhyay, Mr. Mittal, with all of whom I have been working now for more than 2 years, and especially during that 1 month when I was holding charge of Secretary Telecom. In fact, when I was there as Secretary Telecom, I was wondering why we are focusing on 6G standardization. Isn't it too early? We are still in the rollout phase of 5G, and we are talking of 6G. But then, during that period, I understood the need for 6G and in fact, the early action which we are taking, how important it is, because 6G may come by 2030 or around that time. But if we miss the bus now, then we will have missed the bus as we did in 5G. It is very important for us to enter the standardization race right now in the ITU. For us to develop IPRs, because that is extremely important in the manufacturing ecosystem for making the equipment which would be required during the 6G rollout. From the perspective of INB, we are a user ministry of the spectrum which is available. So I would not be directly talking about 6G, but as Professor Karandikar mentioned, the development of technologies which will make the use of spectrum more efficient. And as Professor Karandikar mentioned, that India is probably consuming now 1/6 and probably move to 1/3 of the data consumption. But most of this data consumption is in watching videos on a mobile. I mean, almost everyone in India you find these days is watching, and not people like us, but those who are in the security business or drivers or others. Everybody is watching some video or others on the YouTube. And we celebrate when India-Pakistan match attracts an audience of 50 million or so, and everybody is watching that live. But imagine the kind of bandwidth which such a event uses. And if we have more efficient means to use this bandwidth, I think that is what we have to look at, because spectrum, after all, is a scarce resource. When I was in telecom, I also saw, when I had my meetings with WPC, that spectrum indeed is a very prized resource, because it is divided into so many use cases, so many users, and the spectrum available for IMT is always limited, while IMT wants more and more spectrum. And as the numbers are increasing, the use cases are increasing, the demand on data is increasing. But but it's very difficult to get by, and ITU also limits the spectrum bands for IMT. So within the available spectrum, how do we use it best to serve the interests of the country? I think that is also a very important area while we go for 6G, 5G, increasing the speeds. Currently in our country, watching video, I think that is the most important, that is the biggest use which is happening of 4G, 5G and the higher speeds. Gaming, interactive gaming, is still in its infancy in our country, but the way we are going, the way the youth are getting more into gaming, high-end gaming with high-end videos, I think that will also take off in the near future, and that will have its own demand for spectrum and the demand for latency, because that requires that requires no latency. In fact, it requires that it is almost instantaneous. So once that happens, then definitely 5G, 6G, and the spectrum usage will also increase. On the broadcasting side, we are out of about 950 channels which are operating in India, only 120 or 130 are HD. More and more channels will go HD. And in fact, UHD has still not started in our country. While the TVs are ready, but UHD transmission is still not started. In fact, in the G20 conference, which happened in the same, where our media center was in the same halls when the G20 was happening, that was the first time that Prasar Bharati started 4K transmission, and it was the first event. So we felt that it is like the Asiad event when the color transmission started in our country, that now 4K transmission capabilities have also been demonstrated. And that time we gave 4K feed to US, Europe, and all the countries for the G20. And as I was mentioning, and as Professor Karandikar mentioned, direct to mobile, that is a technology which we are very keen on, direct to mobile broadcasting. Professor Karandikar, before he came to DST, he was director of IIT Kanpur, and there he collaborated with Prasar Bharati, Sankhya Labs, and they demonstrated a technology, and also Mr. Upadhyay of CDOT, because they also worked simultaneously on that, and they demonstrated technologies. They have carried out pilots for direct to mobile broadcasting. In fact, CDOT ran a pilot in Noida. I had also visited that pilot, where live channels can be received directly on mobile by creating a local Wi-Fi network. And Sankhya Labs, along with IIT Kanpur, they have, that is again an indigenous technology, where you install a chip on a mobile and then you are able to receive direct to mobile broadcasting. So this is the next generation broadcasting technology, which will deliver broadcast signals, whether visual, audio, or data, to mobile phones and smart devices, leveraging terrestrial broadcast infrastructure. The conventional cellular mobile networks require high bandwidth, and when too many devices access the same network from the same location, the network congests, as we see in many of the live broadcast events, that there is buffering, and then we take pride if no buffering takes place. To cater to such high volume bandwidth broadcast requirements, these networks need to be designed, oversized, with overcapacity involving large spectrum, demanding enormous capex and opex investments. The most optimum solution to meet this requirement of high volume bandwidth broadcast of content would be to offload broadcast requirements to broadcast networks. This kind of convergence opens up the possibility to deliver both broadcast and broadband services over terrestrial broadcast infrastructure, apart from opening up avenues for a new class of data broadcast services into Internet of Things and machine-to-machine ecosystems. In fact, currently we are moving the other way when many of our children are ditching the DTH broadcast and they are switching to smart TVs, where directly we are taking the live feed and broadcast channels through the internet, again taking a very, very high demand on the bandwidth. So the Prasar Bharati, in collaboration with Sankhya Labs and IIT Kanpur, conducted a proof of concept with a field trial of ATSC 3.0 standard-based D2M technology, leveraging its conventional high-power terrestrial broadcasting infrastructure in conjunction with the low-power broadcast infrastructure co-located at cellular towers. 3GPP standard-based 5G broadcast also promises to deliver digital TV content on mobile devices. 5G broadcast and direct-to-mobile offers potential opportunity to utilize broadband convergence. A broadcaster can use D2M network as a data pipe and deliver various applications apart from traditional TV and radios such as educational content, emergency alert systems, disaster management updates, video on demand, etc. The key challenge before us is development of device ecosystem, alignment of broadcasting and telecom infrastructure for the services, allocation of spectrum, which is again very important in the 470 to 582 megahertz, and building a sound business model. Any commercial rollout will require huge investments in the infrastructure. A robust business model for sharing of content on D2M data pipe needs to be worked out. The ability to develop device ecosystems, synergize broadcasting and telecom infrastructure, and good quality digital content will be critical success factors for this technology. A specific challenge is continued allocation of 470 to 582 megahertz spectrum for broadcasting, so that technologies like D2M and 5G broadcast get a space for the experimentation. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has coordinated with Department of Telecom to release the 3400 to 3670 megahertz band for IMT, which was earlier being used for satellite broadcasting. A segment of UHF band earlier being used for terrestrial broadcasting has also been given up for defense and mobile services. Still, there are competing demands for 470 to 582 megahertz spectrum between IMT and D2M. And while the two technologies are only advancing consumer benefit, we believe that all technologies may be given space for ground testing. Finally, let the markets decide the best technology, like in case of CDMA and GSM, and then we take any final decision on spectrum reallocation in this particular band. At the same, also I would like to mention that in the FM broadcast also, there is a possibility for increasing the consumer benefit by moving from analog to digital FM broadcasting. Today, for example, in Delhi, we have 12 channels of FM. If we move to digital, and TRAI, Mr. Raghunandan has already made a recommendation that we should move to digital technology, that they can be multiplied to 48 channels. That will lead to a proliferation of content. And today, when you switch on FM, you find almost all the channels broadcasting almost the same thing, some music and interspersed with some DJ speaking something. You can have dedicated channels for sports, for culture, something for classical music, something for English music, and for different reasons, which can lead to a proliferation in FM also. So this march of technology, I think it is very important that we adopt the best technology for the best utilization of spectrum and consumer benefit. And finally, I would also say that while we are talking of 6G in terms of telecom, in terms of broadcasting equipment also, because almost all the broadcasting equipment in the country is imported, we should also, at the same time, CDOT and others should also look at broadcasting equipment, how that can be indigenized, how the standards can be developed there. Because this is also a space where a lot of development is taking place, a lot of imports are taking place, but here also we need to work on that. So with that, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insightful perspectives into various realms of augmenting the network and spectrum backbone that is required to enable the wider proliferation and adoption of use cases powered by the latest technological advancements. So, ladies and gentlemen, we extend our sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests and dignitaries for their insightful talks. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the pleasure of the gracious company of Professor S. Indu, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technological University, DTU, amidst us. DTU won several accolades during the IMC award ceremony yesterday. May I now request Shri R.R. Mittar, Advisor and Head Telecommunication Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, to present a token of thanks and gratitude to our esteemed guests and dignitaries. Shri Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI. Thank you, sir. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Development of Telematics. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Ms. Tripti Saxena, Senior Deputy Director General, Telecommunication Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, for the vote of thanks.
Good morning, respected Secretary MIP, respected Secretary DST, Advisor Sir, CEO C. Secretary TRI, and all colleagues and friends. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of TEC to all the dignitaries on the dais for coming here and gracing this 6G workshop on standardization. As the lines between information, IT, pure sciences, telecommunications are getting blurred, your presence here will be a major source of encouragement for all of us for working towards cohesive standardization. I would also like to thank all the eminent speakers who shared their knowledge acquired through dedication and hard work and inspired all the young aspirants to study in depth and do something with it. Lastly, I'd like to thank all my TEC team and members of organization committee who actually have worked day and night for past 1 month or more and set this workshop, firefighted, made last minute arrangements. I'm extremely thankful to all of you. Thank you all of you.
After the opening plenary of the second day of the International Workshop on 6G Standardization, I welcome you back to the technical session that aims to give us rich insights into 6G RAN and devices. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be chaired by Professor Radha Krishna Ganti, Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Madras. Professor Ganti received his BTech and MTech degrees from IIT Madras and Master's degree in Applied Mathematics and PhD in Electrical Engineering from the University of Notre Dame. His doctoral work focused on the spatial analysis of interference networks using tools from stochastic geometry. He was also a postdoctoral researcher with the Wireless Networking and Communications Group at the University of Texas, Austin. He is a recipient of several honors, accolades, and awards, including the IEEE Communication Society Young Author Best Paper Award. We welcome you, sir. Now I hand over the stage to Professor Radha Krishna Ganti for taking the session proceedings forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aman, for the warm introduction. I welcome all of you to session 6. This session is about 6G RAN and devices. From yesterday, we have been hearing a lot about the standardization activities, what is standardization activities for 6G, what is required in terms of spectrum for 6G. So this session is going to complement that. And in this session, what we're going to do is we're going to understand what are the possible technologies that can be part of 6G. Okay? For example, AIML, autonomous driving, what is going to happen to these networks. So we have very eminent speakers lined up for this session. I'm really looking forward for the session and closely interacting with all of the eminent speakers. Without much ado, I'd like to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Hideaki Iwata. He is the President and Director General of the Telecommunication Technology Committee and is also Vice Chair of APT ASTAP. Prior to that, he was a visiting professor at the University of Prairie du Sienas, and he held several positions at various stages in the telecom world. I warmly welcome him and to give his talk.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for giving opportunity in this workshop. I'm Hideaki Iwata from TTC, Japan. Firstly, I explain to our organizations. Telecommunication Technology Committee is a standard development organization in Japan. Also, TTC qualified by ITUT as defined in the recommendation 8.5 and 8.6, then can refer to ITUT recommendation as a standard. Also, TTC is a private non-profit organization. Our organization is supported by about 100 companies, telecom operator and vendors, some organizations. TTC established in October 1985, now is maybe 38 years old. Our office is located in Tokyo, Japan, near the Tokyo Tower. If you are coming to Japan, please contact me. You can just watch in the Tokyo Tower and take a picture near our office. Okay, next I explain working groups in TTC. Our working group belong to the 5 divisions. ICT application in multimedia application and bridging standardization gap and connected car, IoT smart city working groups. Also to e-health, accessibility, IRE, machine vision, climate change, and sub-working groups. Division of the platform in the AI for the next generation service, security, YM2M, enterprise network, and emergency communication sub-working groups. Protocol network management and QoS, QoE division, signaling, network management and numbering plan, and QoS, QoE sub-working groups. Division of the architecture, network vision, 3GPP, mobile network management, and also to the network software sub-working groups. Division of the transport access and area network, IoT area network, transport network and EMC, and access networks and optical fibers. Today I talk about in autonomous networks. Autonomous network is covered, overlap in our study sub-working groups. We are establishing ad hoc group to, in TTC. Our ad hoc group for ITUT focus group, ITUT approved the establishment of focus group autonomous network for gap analysis, use case extraction, proof of concept activities, December 2020. Focus group autonomous network held in the first meeting in February 2021 has been continuing discussion to date. Maybe next January to the finished in this activity. TTC established a group across expert committees to support promote focus group autonomous networks and shares contribution before the focus group autonomous networks and shares the outline of the meeting after the focus group autonomous networks. Also to the, this is the Beyond 5G Promotion Consortium, the structure. International committee of the Beyond 5G Promotion Committee have a technical group. We are establishing international committees, Beyond 5G Consortium, to the autonomy working group. Autonomy working group and our ad hoc group meeting to back in the shared information. I explained in the automation, difference in the automation and autonomy because I'm not the expert, network expert, I'm expert in optical fiber cables. This is making this pictures using to the maybe Japanese technologies. And customer to take this in bottle of sake to and crack to the shipping. This is shift in the automation to the automatic vendor machine to the crack selecting the bottom to the bottle of the sake. Next, explain autonomy. Customer to the request for the recommendation of bottle of sake to the clerk, and the clerk is some recommended in a bottle of sake. This situation is changed to autonomy to the automatic vending machine to the maybe face image to distinguish in the getting to the previous customer's data to selection to the recommendation to the this bottle of the wine. Maybe difficult to understand, maybe I explain. And this is a network in the beyond automation and towards autonomy. Automation means in the independent operation of a system within the well-defined parameters and based on the limited set in predefined rule or constraints. Also, autonomy implies in large degrees of adaptation, learning, decision-making by the system itself. This figure is a landscape about autonomous network. Already to the lot of the standardization organization, SDO, to discussion about in autonomous networks, ITUT, 3GPP, TMM, Forum, and BBF, and NGM, and also ETSI to discussion, already discussion these issues. This table shows in compare the domestic initiatives based on government projects, also to the compare the 3GPP, ETSI, and the TM forum. This is a management item to the, describe this making the landscape. This explains to the network operations. Operation center to the network assurance alarms performance, variety check in first line recovery to the operation centers. Also, operation center support system to the interaction with system. And between the operation center and customer support centers in the change configuration management, work order history, Kaizen means the improvement. And handling failure on operation centers, second line recovery, service handling, and root cause analysis and notifications. Also to customer support center people, to the customer correspondence of failure and notifications. I'd like to explain to the government-funded research projects. This is example product produced by KDDI, Japanese telecom operators. AI empowered end-to-end to operational architecture, having a design and deploy operational function for the very reliable telecommunication services. This project in have two themes. To the operation to the pain point and the high skills for tracking various network defects, and the pain point of the maintenance in the complex recovery plan and creation to optimization. This is the theme is AI enabled to network operations. Pain point of the plan, various users requirements, pain point in the complex design development. Another theme in the AI-enabled service as network design. This is standard activities. I explained previous in a project based on this Catalyst project in TM forum, end-to-end 5G operation architectures empowered by AI, and support plan and deliver, deploy and operate in support of the various user requirements, and support of the complex design and deploy, and support of the management skills, complex case in the identification, and support of the complication recovery plan, complex resource of allocation using the AI support. This is a research result contribution to related SDO and communities, this KDDI project. KDDI collaborated with NEC and NICT to contribution to ITUT, focus group, autonomous network, also to ITUT SG13. Also KDDI NICT to the data format standardization to presentation to these organizations. Also another activity, ITUT AI ML in 5G challenge, already to 3 times in this event in this year, also to the held in next month. KDDI to the one probe statement every year. Also to the standardization open committee activities automations, the document distribution for the ITUT application orchestration, also the Catalyst project in TM forum and OSS-based relation support system for NFB, accelerate with collaboration with other SDOs. A lot of the organizations related in activities. This is describe of the level of automations. Now is to the status is level 3. To operation process automation, judgment, including AI and ML, design control main of system and subsystem operators, and detect, identify, and recover from the failure. The main is the system and sub is the operators. Next thing I'd like to explain to the ITUT focus group autonomous network. It is access to the homepage. It is possible to get in the information to access URL. This is a key concept to framework in autonomous network focus group autonomous networks. Create in explorative evaluation and validate in real-time online experimentation and apply the dynamic adoption. This is a key concept of the framework in autonomous networks. This overview of the focus group autonomous network in ITUT. Chairman is Leon Wang-san, Rakuten Mobile. He is Japan. He is to conduct it in the focus group with autonomous network. Also working group in working one use case and requirement analysis, and working group two, the architecture and core technical enables, and working three, the proof of concept. Already focus group autonomous network a lot of deliveries. One is a use case for autonomous networks. Collection of the case of presented, elaborated during FGA meetings. These cases were published as a technical specification, and rough use case delivery submit to ITUT's SG13s. This is getting to the download to this homepage. This is example network resource allocation and energy management based on closed loop analysis, also to use case requirements, including this delivery. Next one to the evaluation trustworthiness in the autonomous networks. Provides the concepts, basic principles, metrics of evaluation, methodology for evaluation and evaluation model, and use case for trust in the autonomous network. Also, to the this is getting to the this homepage. This example addressing autonomous evaluation, and next in the architecture framework autonomous network. The scope of the document including requirements for the architecture, description of architecture components and descriptions architecture, squeeze the diagram, explain integration between the architecture components. I already explained including in framework in autonomous network in ITUT. Next in technical report, proof of concept activities. Provide a technical report on the activities continued ITUT focus group on during the period. This activity in the ITUT events explained after that. Finally, to explain the knowledge management for autonomous network provides studies, discussions, background, necessary motivation to knowledge management in the autonomous network. This is also to the draft now. Finally, I explained the ITU AI ML challenge in 5G challenge. ITU hosted the AI ML 5G challenge event since 2020, where ITU collects the problem statements of the communication networks to solve by applying AI, ML, and open state to university students and Israeli experts to stage a qualification applied. This event in the also focus group autonomous network in the Build-a-thon POC. Every year in the Build-a-thon POC. This year also to the held. Please to the access this homepage. TTC is supported this AIML 5 challenge ITUT Japan round. Usually to program statement from the Japanese side. TTC supported in on a workshop by winner of Japanese round people. Maybe 2 years ago, Indian organization, young researcher, to the winner in this event. Very good in the result from the Indian organizations. Okay. Next, finally, to the academic participation, ITUT promoting academic participations in this result in between user song book in describing the ITUT journal is making to the document and papers. This is promotion to academia participations. Okay, thank you very much attention. If you have some question or comment, please send it in the email. Thank you very much.
Foreigners using sake. And good to know about the lots of programs on AIML and 5G by ITU. I mean, I hope there are lots of academics here, academic students and other people encouraged to participate in this kind of programs. Is our next speaker online? Yeah, okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Alex Jingsung Choi from ORAN Alliance. He's the chairman of the ORAN Alliance and senior vice president, group technology and head of T-Labs, which is the central research and development division of Deutsche Telekom. In addition, he is the member of Technology and Innovation Management Board, where he is responsible for several strategic topics. Dr. Choi has been a thought leader for over 20 years in mobile telecommunication industry and consumer electronics by driving forward key strategic and research topics in telco and AI. He was the first chairman of the Telecom Infra project and previously served as the CTO of SK Telecom. With the introduction of NUGU, the first AI-based virtual assistant in Korea, Dr. Choi was influential in the development of AI solution. Today, he's going to talk about AI-native Open RAN for 6G. Let's welcome Dr. Choi.
Okay, thank you, moderator and the session chair, Professor Ganti, for this nice introduction. Hello, everyone. I hope my voice. So I hope you're.
Yes, you're audible, sir. You're audible, and we can see you.
Okay, all right. So before I start to share my presentation, let me say a few words. Of course, it is a great pleasure to participate this second international workshop on the 6G standardizations in New Delhi, and I'm so pleased to speak to you about the exciting future of ORAN Open RAN and the ORAN Alliance. So for those who are not familiar with the ORAN Alliance was founded in 2018 by 5 operators. Now it has grown to 330 members, including 33 operators, which includes Airtel, Zio, Vodafone, and Deutsche Telekom, and others. So ORAN Alliance has been promoting their industry Open RAN standards for open architecture in mobile networks, particularly in radio access network. Besides the RAN intelligent controller, aka RIC, as one of the key enablers in ORAN architecture, which is being actively developed for the ORAN automation and also optimization with the AI machine learning. Now let me share my slide, see if it's visible to you. Yeah. Okay, great, fantastic. So my presentation title is AI-driven Open RAN, reimagining wireless networks. So let me start with this slide, Open RAN principles. April last year, the UK government, DSIT, has outlined 4 principles as shown here for the Open RAN. So they encapsulate the concept wonderfully, so I'd like to share with you. First principle is open disaggregations. What does that mean? So, well, traditionally the entire RAN was expected to be supplied by a single vendor. However, Open RAN challenges this conventional thinking, and it breaks the RAN into multiple functional elements, each of which can be provided by different vendors. Next is standards-based compliance. And there is an emphasis on adopting the industry-driven standards for all interfaces to ensure the sustainable disaggregation of RAN. Third principle focuses on demonstrated interoperability. In simple terms, all these different parts of the network, RAN, should not only adhere to the same standards, but also work together seamlessly in real-world environments. And finally, implementation neutrality. And this principle states that Open RAN should be open to technologies used for its implementation. And this allows vendors the freedom to differentiate and opt for flexible approaches to implement networks using the right blend of hardware and software. ORAN Alliance core principles. So let me relate it to the ORAN Alliance core principles as shown here. So those are openness on the left-hand side and intelligence on the right-hand side. So specifically on openness, we have 5 goals, namely open interfaces and functions, an interoperable RAN ecosystem, faster innovation, white box hardware and supporting virtualization, as well as open source software. All of them are mutually supportive to one another. In the right-hand side, the area of intelligence, we have 3 goals. Radio intelligent controller featuring AI/ML. Second is the AI/ML-based service management and orchestration, aka SMO, and automated RAN deployments and operations to drive efficiency. So ORAN is working towards implementing these 8 goals in concrete concept and hardware-software forms with the open interface and AI/ML-driven architecture. Standardization work is being carried out in ORAN's 11 working groups and 5 focus groups, developing a very detailed level of specification. On top, various test standard and testing environments tools are provided to help interoperability testing and end-to-end system integrations. RIC architectures. RAN Intelligent Controller is an intelligent manager for radio resources in the RAN that connects your mobile devices to your service providers. Its job is to make sure these RAN resources are used efficiently as possible. What's good about it is that it can work with the network equipments from different vendors, thanks to its standardized open interfaces like A1, A2, and also it can be used in various kinds of network deployment scenarios. This intelligent controller is basically a software tools that sit between the part of the network and that connects RIC and other part of the network, RU, DU, CU. It has a flexible programmable interfaces that let different RIC apps known as XApp, RApps access and manage the resources in the ORAN. As you see in the diagram on the left-hand side, the RIC has divided into 2 main control loops. One is the non-real-time RIC, and the other one is a near real-time RIC. While near real-time RIC focuses on time-critical and latency-sensitive operations, the non-real-time RIC handles tasks that can tolerate higher latency, which is longer than 1 second. The separation of these 2 components allow for scalability and flexibility. The near real-time RIC interacts with the RAN elements through standardized interfaces known as the E2 interface, enabling it to gather live network information and make decisions based on network conditions, traffic patterns, and user demands. It can then send the commands and instructions to the RAN components, CU, DU, to optimize their operation and improve overall network performance. By separating real-time, non-real-time functions, the ORAN architecture aims to enhance the agility, openness, intelligence, enabling network operators to introduce new services and functionalities more efficiently while reducing cost and vendor lock-in. Interesting operator survey result. So a media company, Telecom TV, they asked operators what they believe should be the most important area of focus for Open RAN community in the upcoming years. So as shown here, the top one is the total cost of ownership TCO models. And next to it, there are two items. One is developments of a reliable RAN intelligent controller. And the third one is creation of XF-RF ecosystems. So definitely this confirm the significance of Open RAN brick RAN intelligent controller. So comparisons between the SON self-organizing network brick and the IBN intent-based networking. When it comes to AI/ML-based network automation and optimization, there are three powerful concepts in the field. First is a self-organizing network, and second is the RAN intelligent controller. The third one in the table shown intent-based networking. And these approaches revolutionize the way we manage optimized network with its own unique characteristics and benefits. So let's take a look at it. So first, SON. Its primary purpose is to automate network management, configuration, and optimization. And through the utilization of more traditional machine learning and data analytics, SON revolutionized specific network function and task. And this automation leads to improvements in network efficiency, therefore enhancing user experience, and also some potential reduction of operational cost. Moving to the second one in the middle, RAN intelligent controller. This technology provides a centralized control orchestration, and with the help of AI and advanced machine learning, alongside the open interfaces, protocols, and its API, open APIs, RIG enables automation and orchestration of RAN components, and this process is based on both, as I said, non-real-time and near real-time data and policies. The benefits are manifold: flexibility, scalability, vendor neutrality, which allows for multi-vendor deployments, thus fostering an environment of healthy competition and innovation, which is absolutely important. Finally, IDN, intent-based networking. This technology is designed to align network configuration and operations with a high level of business intentions. By integrating automation, machine learning, analytics, APIs for the intent translation and closed-loop operation, IBN is very ambitious goal, and it enables autonomous network operations that are addressed by the previous speaker. The outcome is a zero-touch network management system that's agile and efficient and perfectly aligning with business objectives. So to summarize, SON, RIG, IBN each offer unique strengths and applications. Deep learning models have revolutionized the AI landscape with their ability to automatically learn hierarchical representation from by leveraging artificial neural network with the multiple layers. Deep learning models uncover intricate patterns and dependencies within the data, and they have achieved remarkable success in such as image recognition, natural language processing, and speech synthesis. Next is generative AI models, aka Gen AI models, for example, transformer. These models go beyond traditional prediction tasks and focus on generating new data samples that resemble the training data distribution. So Gen AI models have found applications in image synthesis, text generation, music composition, and other creative endeavors. They can produce astonishingly realistic and diverse outputs. GenAI can bridge language barriers by translating between languages or converting the human languages to the machine executable code. Additionally, these models have the potential to automate code generation, revolutionizing software developments. These capabilities open up new possibilities, so-called intent-driven network management in AI native 6G. Practical use cases and the machine learning model. As we explore the intersection of AI and telco network management, let's delve into a few typical use cases where machine learning model can play a crucial role. First, we have a predictive maintenance use case, and this involves anticipating and preventing network failures by analyzing historical data. In this scenario, the conventional supporting machine learning model, for example, supporting vector machine SVM, has shown a promising result in detecting potential issues and enabling proactive maintenance to enable the network stability and also reliability. And next is we have dynamic spectrum allocation use cases. Optimizing spectrum allocation is very, very essential for maximizing network capacity and performance. Here, the reinforcement learning model outperform other models. The automated network optimization is another critical use cases. So deep learning model, for example, convolutional neural network can be utilized to identify the network configurations and also, last but not least, energy efficiency, the final use case, the reinforcement learning model once again prove their effectiveness. So these models can dynamically adjust the power of network elements based on real-time network traffic load, optimizing energy consumptions while maintaining quality of service. It is essential to acknowledge that the AI technology advances, new and improved AI models such as the GenAI will continue to emerge and surpass the performance of the previous models. Therefore, it is crucial for network operators and stakeholders to stay abreast of AI technology evolution and continually explore new models, technologies to drive innovation improve. The three pillars of AI native RAN. AI native RAN, radio access network, is underpinned by three crucial pillars as shown here, streamlining the integration of artificial intelligence into RAN. Here's a brief overview. First, DevOps and MLOps. It manages the AI model lifecycle from development to deployment and automate processes for testing, monitoring, and version control to enhance model performance and reliability. Second, in the middle, orchestrator framework, it does control loop operations for diverse RAN use cases and promote open interfaces between the network elements for interoperability, and it utilizes common data model and a network knowledge base for informed decision making and the RAN optimization. Third, on the right upper side, the use case framework. It identifies and prioritizes AI's high-value RAN use cases and curates quality training data sets that mirror real-world situations, and it provides the tools for model training, fine-tuning, validation. Collectively, these pillars form AI-native RAN's backbone, merging AI with the RAN for enhanced efficiency and innovation. By solidifying these pillars and fostering collaboration, we pave the way transformative advancement in next generation. With ORAN RIC and the best choice. Here, I'd like to discuss the best choice for achieving an AI native RAN for 6G. We can think of three different approaches as shown here. The evolutionary approach on the left, revolutionary approach at the other extreme on the far right, and the ORAN RIC approaches in the middle. After careful considerations, I believe ORAN RIC approach in the middle stand out as the optimal choice. Let me explain why. The evolutionary approaches, the left-hand side, involves developing incremental upgrades within the 3GPP framework, while this approach ensures compatibility and continuity with the existing system and capturing low-hanging fruits. It comes with certain issues. First, delayed innovation, as the process of developing and deploying standardized upgrades can potentially hinder the adoption of innovative new technologies. Additionally, legacy constraints such as backward compatibility requirements may limit the extent of changes that can be made in 3GPP upgrade. On the other hand, far right, the revolutionary approaches suggest a complete reinvention of all the network layers and building blocks out in the RAN, replacing everything with fully AI native modules from ground up. However, this approach faces significant challenges. The lack of industry standardization and absence of clear definition of what AI native AI interface should be and how it should be implemented pose major hurdles. Now, let's look at the RIG approaches in the middle. We introduced the concept RIG and incorporated it into the conventional RAN elements using open interfaces. By doing so, we can reap several benefits. First, ORAN RIG approach enables the integration of AI into the Open RAN while remaining compatible with the existing 3GPP evolution path. This compatibility ensures a smooth transition and minimizes the disruption. Furthermore, by leveraging ORAN framework with its RIG, we can unlock the advantages of an AI native system while enjoying the benefit of open and interoperability. So, in conclusion, when considering the best choice of achieving AI native RAN, I strongly believe ORAN RIG approach emerges as the best option. Brings me to my final slide, AI native versus autonomous network. As you know, AI is rapidly transforming the world of networking. AI native networks and autonomous networks are the most promising paradigms in this space. So AI native concept can be defined as follows. AI native is the concept of having intrinsic trustworthy AI capabilities where AI is a natural part of the functionality in terms of design, deployment, operation, maintenance. And autonomous networks. So the ITU ETSI standard bodies clearly defines the definition of autonomous networks. So it is a network can self-manage its resources, functions, applications according to the business goal with no human intervention beyond the initial supply of inputs. For example, intent, goal, policies, certain configuration data. So no human interventions afterwards. So what's the difference between these two? Autonomous networks are more geared toward to operate with the minimal human interventions. And they use the AI to monitor, optimize the network, and make changes to the network configuration only if needed. And this can help to improve the network's performance and reliability, reduce the need of human interventions or human operators. Whereas AI native networks are designed to be built from the ground up with AI in mind. And this means that the network's architecture, software, hardware, are all designed to be compatible with AI. And this allows for more sophisticated AI applications, such as machine learning, deep learning. So in general, AI native networks are considered to be the next generation of, can be considered as an option for the next evolution of the autonomous network. And they offer the potential for the even greater performance improvement, and they are more adaptable to new and emerging applications. And that the table on this chart is just a summary of what I just described. So I'm so excited to see how these technologies further develop in the coming years. Great. So this is all for my presentation today, and thank you for your time, and also hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, for the wonderful explanation of how AI and ORAN are working together, how ORAN is working to incorporate AI into these networks. It's going to be interesting to see how this will work and contrast with the AI work that's happening in 3GPP. It's an exciting world to live in, and we're going to see a lot of improvements in the next few years. Dr. Choi, I request you to please wait till the end of the session. There are lots and lots of questions for you. I'm pretty sure about this. I request you to please wait on the online platform. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Balaji Raghotaman. He's the Chief Technologist for 6G at the Keysight Technologies USA. He has more than 2 decades of accomplishments in the wireless communication field. He participates actively in ORAN and holds significant positions such as editorship and as a rapporteur. He's also a prominent part of Keysight's effort towards 6G. After completing his PhD in signal processing at the University of Texas at Dallas, he has spent his career at Nokia, Airwana, InterDigital, and CommScope prior to joining Keysight. He has R&D, standardization, and productization responsibilities in multiple generations of technologies, especially in femtocell, small cell, cloud RAN, and massive MIMO areas. He has more than 65 patents to his name. He lives in the US right now. His talk is going to be about impact of AML on RAN. Let's welcome Dr. Balaji Raghotaman. Balaji, you want a mic? Or are you okay with this? Sure. Thank you.
So we are controlling my team viewer. Sorry? We are controlling my team viewer.
That's fine. Okay, just click in the center for the next slide, or the side arrows. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Professor Ganti, for the very nice introduction. Before I get started, maybe a couple of small parables that come to mind. Like Professor Ganti and a lot of others in this room, we are very sort of traditional signal processing and communication theory people, and this notion of AI scares us a lot, and that's why we talk about it so much. It's like the classical, blind men trying to describe the elephant, right? Somebody's touching the trunk and saying it looks like a tree. Somebody's touching the belly and saying it looks like a rock. And somebody's touching the tail and saying it looks like a rope or a snake. So AI is like that to us somewhat, but we also don't have a choice, I think. It's coming, and we are engaging in it. We are looking at the tremendous advantages it's providing us. The second parable also is slightly scarier. The more we talk about this, it's almost like the frog that's slowly boiling in the water, whether we are risking our own job security by getting into this area. But anyway, to get started, I'm talking about AI in the RAN and the air interface as well. And, hard to follow Dr. Choi, who's the eminent head of ORAN, and he talked very eloquently about the architecture and the benefits. I'll come at it slightly differently. What is artificial intelligence and why is it important? I think it's a good question to kind of engage with because there are lots of facets to this. what does AI provide us today? The state of the art. You're all familiar with, facial recognition by now, Digi Yatra, getting into an airport or even boarding the plane at a gate. Or when I go back to the US, I just basically show my face at the immigration counter and walk through. It takes 30 seconds now. It's almost 100% accurate at this point. But the flip side is a deep fake technologies where you can manipulate videos and content, and that can have lasting bad impacts. And then visual reasoning, of which I put my favorite use case up, whether some food is vegetarian or not. A lot of us of Indian origin, traveling globally would love to have this app with us. So that's in the image and video. When we talk about text generation, it has come so far forward now that it is really the bane of existence of most middle school and high school teachers, because whatever they assign, they do not know where the answers are coming from. It used to be you can run it through plagiarization software, but now you have to figure out whether it came from a ChatGPT, solution. So, and then beyond that, some really significant, things like translation, which is very important, especially in the Indian context. The Indic language translation is very successful now, and almost all government documents, I think, can be freely translated back and forth. So very, very important developments all across. But other than sort of just the science of AI and algorithms, what has really enabled it has been the rise of computing power, especially the rise of the GPU, dramatic improvements in size and cost, and moreover, very interesting sort of self-referential developments like AI being used to design better GPUs and hence give us better AI. So you all probably heard about the singularity point when robots get intelligent enough to design themselves. That's kind of maybe what's happening at the GPU right now. So now let's drill down from sort of the very philosophical overarching questions down to what it means for the wireless communication field. So on the left is what I call the human designed network, with a traditional physical layer, or the 7-layer OSI model, where you have modulation and coding, and in the physical layer, and you have scheduling and, let's say, beamforming or MIMO at the MAC layer. And then at the multicellular level, you have what used to be called SON, self-organizing networks, but generally the broad category of radio resource management, mobility, and so on. And finally, right at the application layer, where it's not necessarily wireless specific, but still plays a very important role. Now, we are moving towards this AI-powered network, where we'll have a dynamic AI native air interface and all kinds of AI modeling for MAC functionality. And then, of course, all of the kind of optimizations that the previous speaker was talking about in terms of energy management, mobility, security, and so on, that are powered by this RAN intelligence controller development, or even in other ways. And at the application level, of course, it's not just the wireless industry's expertise, but the entire sort of software and ICT industry's expertise that's developing AI-based applications that run over all of these, provide the important use cases that will really drive the adoption of each generation of wireless technology. So this is happening, but beyond this, even talking about the network lifecycle management, including the planning of the network and the deployment of the network, including things like software updates or upgrades or fault management, and so on and so forth. All of these are slowly getting powered through AI. Slowly and surely, and we can see we are moving towards the right side of this slide, slowly but surely. Now, talking about the AI in the air interface itself, a little bit more elaboration. So we had the, what I call the human designed, chain, which is based on all our conventional understanding of what the communication link should look like. Give us a frequency, give us a bandwidth, give us the channel type, and we'll do a pretty good job of designing this, what kind of encoding, what kind of modulation, what synchronization, what on the receiver side, what kind of estimation, equalization, decoding should happen. So all of this is well known, well understood by now, but slowly, at the moment, we are already experimenting on the receiver side because it can be done autonomously without help from standardization, trying to replace various of these elements of the receiver with corresponding ML functionality. And this is already happening at a large scale, especially on the device side, I would say. But then the next phase is where can we merge these functionalities? Can we look at them jointly in a way that we could not before, just because of the complexities involved? Can we develop receivers, let's say, that do things using deep learning that we could imagine in the past, but we could not really implement because of the scale. And finally, perhaps in 6G this may happen, even though I think we have a long way to go. Can we design a truly sort of AI native transmitter and receiver that can instantaneously learn the channel and instantaneously adapt to an arbitrary form of modulation and coding, and then can the receiver sense what's happening and correspondingly provide the receiver? This is kind of the holy grail, but we are a long way off from this. There are all kinds of implications in trying to get to this. 3GPP is moving in baby steps to certain aspects of this, and we will see some of the use cases being talked about right now. But to truly make this happen will involve a tremendous amount of collaboration and cooperation across the industry between sort of the network infrastructure side and the UE side. What kind of communication and model exchange can happen, and there are just lots of questions to be answered before we get to this bottom figure. But still, there are all of these diverse facets of AI that just taking into account the RAN and the air interface as part of the RAN. As we already mentioned, there is AI, receiver, but also there is receiver abstraction, and that becomes important in when we talk about things like digital twins that we'll come to, and then we're talking of these individual elements that can take AI-based solutions, whether they be scheduling, whether they be beamforming optimization, or even from the point of view of running large-scale simulation or emulation or large-scale digital twins, AI-based channel modeling, very accurate channel modeling of a particular terrain. I do think that the 3GPP-based stochastic channel models have their value. They're very valuable in terms of comparing relative performances of methodologies and selecting the right ones and so on. But more and more, we are entering the domain of very small cell sizes, let's say factory floors or very small city centers or even this conference center and so on, where you would like to know performance very precisely while, say, turning the corner around a wall, right? For those kinds of things, stochastic modeling is not going to do it. We need very precise modeling like the ray tracing techniques that are in vogue right now. But I think even those eventually, we are moving towards AI-based models just because of the, complexities that are involved with ray tracing. So there are just many facets of this, and there is work going on in all of these areas, in various degrees of advancement, I would say. Now, moving one step up to the network itself, we talked about a lot of the RAN performance, impacts like, energy efficiency, mobility and handover optimization, application latency management, massive MIMO. And these are all really late 5G kind of use cases. What is going to truly emerge in 6G? Is it just going to be more advanced versions of these? We don't know. I think that's a very good thing for the industry to think about as a whole. And then security is a pretty major aspect. So the AI can be used to secure the network better. But at the same time, the introduction of AI also introduces certain security vulnerabilities that have to be taken care of. One of the things that kind of keeps AI, engineers up is the notion of data poisoning. That is, can somebody act as a rogue element and feed you, malicious training data and force your AI engine to kind of, converge towards the wrong end and provide sort of catastrophic results. So these are all things to certainly, think about as we are moving into this new area of sort of AI-based networks. But at the same time, on the positive side, I think threat pattern analysis uses AI in a big way, and this will only improve over time. All kinds of attacks like denial of service attacks and so on that were prevalent in the in the wired network space or just in the internet space in general. We are going to see copies of that in the wireless space as well, as the amount of data multiplies, and we have to be ready with these kinds of options. So, and I think analytics space is well known. I won't belabor that. Things like root cause analysis naturally take to AI ML, anomaly detection and so on. Wherever there is very large amounts of data available, to the network operator, for example, it's a very rich space to mine. And the notion of this, RIC, has been a boon to this whole space. It has enabled actors who are not traditional experts in wireless communication, but are experts perhaps in AI and solving such problems in other domains, to enter the space and interact with the traditional wireless players in a very positive way and provide better solutions. I think that's the whole goal, and I think it has been a great enabler. We are seeing very early, success stories in this, and hope to see a lot more in future. So standards-wise, 3GPP has been discussing a couple of things like beam management, positioning accuracy, channel, state information, optimization of that. And a lot of important questions are being discussed. So how much more time do I have? Okay, I'll quickly. So what are the contours of an AI solution? So you first need to know the type of outcome. You need to know whether you're doing prediction or you're doing classification or anomaly detection or maybe pattern recognition. And then you need to know the type of learning you want to do, depending on the kind of data that's available or not available to you, whether you want to do supervised or unsupervised or reinforcement learning, so on. And then finally, you move to the type of model you want to apply, whether it's a convolutional neural network or autoencoder or diffusion-based network, so on and so forth. And so each problem that we want to solve with AI has a specific approach to it. And so we have some exemplary use cases there. By no means the only way to solve these problems, but these are sort of the typical approaches at the moment. And so, lots of bright engineers are working on this. I'll skip this slide. So now, just coming to Keysight, and as a test and measurement company, we take great pride in being leaders in the test and measurement world in sort of the wireless network space. In RF and RAN, our measurement science is kind of unparalleled, I would say. But we need to figure this out, right? In the AI world, what does testing mean? What does, we are dealing with compliance, interoperability, and so on and so forth, but now we have to deal with a lot of newer things like explainability, like resilience, like, privacy and data security in this world. So with the advent of AI, the one thing I would, say is, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, who's kind of one of the pioneers of AI at Google, he said that at the moment, 99% of resources are being used to build AI and 1% to testing AI, and in reality, it should be 50-50. So, I'm quoting it because we have work to do in this space. Quick word about the role of digital twins. I think they are very vital. The networks are getting so complex that trying to experiment with the AI-based optimization in real networks and deploying them and redeploying them physically is impossible, and creating digital twins of these networks is the only way to go. And they are a rich source of synthetic data, but at the same time, there is, you have to convince everyone that the synthetic data from the digital twin is kind of analogous to the real life data, and that what you try out in the digital twin will have a, reasonable chance of succeeding in the real network. Last slide, I would say, lot of work going on in sort of, giant funded projects across the globe. This example is called the Centric from, in EU. You can see it has about 18 different, subtopics to it, and we lead some of them. Keysight does in the area of novel methodologies for testing and proof of concept and so on. So, I would say, the hype cycle is there, and we have to sift out what are the truly useful applications. Not everything will work great with AI right away. Eventually it will, I think. And the lack of data availability is a big issue for the innovators who are small scale. The startups and the research facilities are data hungry, and we need to find a way to give them data in a way that is useful to them, but also does not have all the sort of privacy and security issues related to giving data in general. Synthetic data could be a very good option for this. And a lot of inter-vendor cooperation is required to make these, what we call two-sided AI between the network and the user, work in a beneficial way. So I think, with that I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji, for the wonderful introduction of AI in the context of RAN. I just want to add something here. It's sometimes good to think about why is cellular technology so successful. Okay, you have to contrast this between cellular wireless technology and networks. In cellular technology or in any of the wireless digital communication technology, theory preceded practice. There was Shannon set the benchmark saying that, okay guys, this is the capacity, you figure out ways to achieve this. It took us about 40 years to come to the place where we know exactly the methodology to achieve capacity in terms of coding, in terms of pre-coding, in terms of modulation and everything. So whenever we build a 5G network or a 4G network, we exactly know what we were building. We know what happens when that bit is sent, how it modulates in the channel, and how we get there. Now we are entering into the realm of AI. Okay, AI is very good. It's doing wonderful job in a lot of areas, but we should not become like networking where we were stuck up with IP4. There are a lot of my friends in networking here. Okay, I have this debate with them quite often. There's no significant technological development in networks from the last 40 years. Okay, in terms of queuing theory, there's a reason. There is a reason for that. They're not able to develop. The theory was not getting mature enough. Okay, at some point it becomes an ad hoc mechanism of you put things together, it works. That's not a good thing for building cellular networks. At least this is my personal opinion as a chair. As a session chair, I can provide a little bit of my opinions too. So when we go into AI, I think we should think twice, thrice before what actually works in our context. Do we really understand what we are getting into? Once we understand that, I think that's the best way of, AI will give you the best benefits. We should go all for it, but we should be careful. Okay? So thanks, Balaji, Balaji and Dr. Choi for starting this topic on AI. Our next speaker is Dr. Bo Hagerman. He's the technology director for Asia Pacific. Together with his team, Dr. Hagerman is driving technology alignment as well as long-term technology strategies for Ericsson in Asia Pacific. He has more than 35 years of experience in radio network system research and development. Since Dr. Hagerman joined Ericsson Research in 1987, he has held various senior leading technical positions in research and development, working on pre-2G cellular systems and onward. Dr. Hagerman is named inventor on more than 450 granted patents globally. Today, he's going to talk about leading 6G by leveraging 5G. Let's welcome Dr. Hagerman.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that introduction. I'm so honored to be actually invited to be giving a talk here, and actually going into that area, looking into 6G from the mobile network perspective, but understanding where we are today. Okay. So understanding where we are today in the 5G area as well. So I will try to start to discuss a little bit on where we are today and how that comes into play. If we look at 5G, we have seen a very, very fast pickup on demands, and there will be much more coming. If you just look at where we are today, in the beginning of this year, we were ending the first billion subscribers into the networks. However, if you look into that perspective, if we have 8 billion type of subscribers, it's only about 12.5%. So we have still a lot to go. And if you look into the population coverage as well, we see that that's less than 35%. So we have still 2/3 to go. And looking into the right-hand side, we can see there, normalized to the amount of data that we had in 2022, we can see that in 2028, we will expect to see 4 times the amount of data. And in that perspective, we also should understand, if we talk about 5G, that will also increase almost factor of 2 compared to today's data, only on 5G. But on those legacy systems that we already have in place, that data will also remain. And I think that is a very good observation. All, of course, driven by more and more demand for data and more advanced services. And if we just look into predictions, we will see and expect actually 5G to surpass 4G in 2027. And I think that is a kind of point to take and understand. Just looking to 5G subscriptions rise. If we just try to focus on India, that is then if you look at the left-hand side, the middle part, looking at the number of subscribers in 22 on 5G, you can almost not see them. But you can expect almost in the 50% of those in the 2028 timeframe. You can also compare with in the APAC region for the Southeast Asia part on the left-hand side and also on the northeast part of the Asia on the right-hand side. If you just look at the amount of data that is produced by each user on average, we can see that India is one of those nations that's really driving data amounts. So predictions is actually to be in the order of 60 gigabyte per month per user in the 28 timeframe. However, to understand how we can actually see how we can monetize into this, We also need to see that we can get the innovation by all these applications developers. And from that perspective, they need to know and how to use actually what the network can provide them. So expose what they really can have and really go talking about latency and other type of services in this. So from that perspective, trying to understand where we are. So we are in the starting phase of 5G. It will be evolving. And if you look into the evolution, it will also be very much coming through during the years. And looking in the long-term type of network evolution, it will be driven by the needs in the society. And if we look at the blue part here, we just see that the evolution of 5G will continue as well. And that will, of course, be a kind of a driving by more and more communities, like industries, enterprise, government, society, and so forth. And also a lot of new standardization effort to get new type of features in there. Talking about reduced capability, type of IoT devices and so forth, and further on. But very important, thinking about the long cycles that we do have in the telecom industry, we need actually to see the start and see the disruption and good thinking on research. And that needs to be started now to be ready for 2030 for a starting phase and for a further evolution for the 6G. So that is actually something need to be driven already today. And from that perspective, think about it, what should actually 6G be talking about? And this slide is actually showing the thinking behind 6G, what it should actually think about and what should create new values, new use cases and new behaviors supported based on the needs given by society. So very much about merged reality, very much about situation awareness. Having said that, to see how that comes into play. And as was discussed previously, the massive twinning. Actually see how digitalization of the environment look like. And beyond that, if you look at the right-hand side, how that relates to this kind of beyond communication type of network features. How should you use that beyond the, so to say, the pure communication? How that relates into the society. And of course, looking in and have the full view the whole time on a sustainability and trustworthy type of handling. I think that is crucial from the beginning. And looking into this kind of space, we see that it actually increases the number of dimensions of kind of requirements that we do see in 6G networks compared to 5G. If you look in the center, we see that triangle. The base is the 5G starting point, extended with 5G advanced, but it's still with those kind of triangle. Now we actually increase the number of key parameters actually that needs to be addressed if we talk if we talk about 6G. Sorry about that. And coming to the place, what should this be about? The major thing is actually that we go towards the kind of trying to connect the cyber-physical world. So actually the digital reality with the physical reality, and having that said, we need to have the infrastructure there to support it. And of course, there will be kind of cognitive networks, there will be a compute fabric, as well as giving the platform trustworthiness, which will be extremely important. If we now will see a lot of this kind of data, how should that be secure and looking into privacy and those kind of questions? And of course, based on that we have connectivity everywhere. It must be there. And seeing that and how that couples, we see that coming into the place where we do see the Internet of Senses, we see also this kind of coupling, doing the massive twinning and so forth, being able to replicate the physical reality with the digital world, doing actually digitalization of it so we can actually connect it back and even do potentially actuation in the physical world. So I think that from a human perspective is very important to have as a viewpoint. That will of course set a number of requirements and capabilities for 6G systems. And those will of course be given to further enhance the mobile broadband, of course, because that is the kernel of the whole stuff. But that must be done in a very efficient, secure, and sustainable type of solution mode. But also beyond that, we need to go this kind of beyond communication type of features to see that how we operate it for the good of society, for the good of human. So it's very much about efficient network operation as well, to get into that phase done for the sustainability as well. And that will most likely, from the complexity of the networks, drive a lot of what we heard beforehand on AI systems, coupled layers of AI, how they operate in common. And if you look into this, of course, this is very much impacted by India and the way that India has been starting to drive this. This India vision has really been into this game, and we see that with pleasure that into the global society, so India is really taking its place, and I think that is important. So that is really a good thing. Going further, looking into some techniques that will get us this from a more communication also perspective. We see that distributed MIMO, limitless connectivity question. We get also this with sustainability, zero energy devices. If we will see this kind of massive type of deployments of kind of sensors and similar things, we need to have those. We can't really have charging and so forth into that space. We will need a lot of data. Data rate, latency will give us requirements on wide spectrum. We will have coexistence with previous systems as well. We will also see that we will work on waveforms, duplex flexibility, and of course, very critical, if we see these data amounts increasing, we really need to have those getting energy per transmitted bit down, really see that we do this network so efficient. And that also gets into play with the AI. And we will also see this complements with the non-terrestrial networks. And also to look into this from a system perspective, can we reuse the infrastructure that we do here also for sensing? I will just give one example here, and that on the zero energy devices. I should invite you all to come to Ericsson booth here at the India Mobile Congress in Hall 5, where we have this on display, where we see a textile, which is also have kind of sensors or this piezoelectrical type of threads into a jacket or a sweater, where you can see that you have a lot of sensors built in all these crossroads between those kind of fibers. So you get the pressure, and you can actually see how people are moving and such that have it. You can think about a lot of kind of applications around that with kind of health supporting if something happens and so forth. But those may not be having, think about it if it's in your jacket. Should you then go and charge your jacket every day, as well as you do with your mobile phone? No, that will probably not be so. So you need to have something that is actually zero energy that transmit this seamlessly. Think about it also in a bigger scale, if that happens overall, and you see that given a lot of these sensors, multiple of sensors everywhere, then you need to get that into place. So harvesting of energy is one way to go. And we have one example where we do it, where we're actually looking into it from a 1 microvolt type of perspective to create a signal out, capturing that energy from RF waves in the air. So please come and join us at the booth in Hall 5. Just to start to round off, looking into the key principles, we will need a lot of natural resources, in this case spectrum. And there is some parts of the spectrum like the centimeter waves and the sub-terahertz that could be complements. We're looking forward to see what's coming out of the WRC type of conference next month, and let's see what is happening in that space. But we're understanding that we can operate over all these frequencies and do it in a very efficient way with the carrier aggregation and so forth. And that, I think, is a very important part. So, but if we talk about 6G and key principles, that should be operable in all 3GPP bands. We should also look into spectrum and sharing. How to do that, so it must be supported. We need to have open interfaces into 6G. That's to really create a healthy ecosystem, to see that it's really will be a global system that will be operating, giving the opportunity to get cost down, giving the opportunity to all individuals to have these kind of devices and support by the system. We need to have it also, of course, a kind of a stand-alone type of architecture, so that we can get those kind of features directly, more or less. And we must see that we can reuse the investments that is got into the systems of today and do that in a smooth way to introduce 6G. And just to get a flavor, and we see that there is a number of major initiatives on 6G around the world, going from the Next G Alliance in US to this kind of flagship projects in Europe, like HEXX, HEXX2, where, for example, Nokia is driving while Ericsson drives the technical program management there. And for India, now it's seeing that 5G IF and then the Bharat 6G Alliance starting up. I think that will be an important part and so forth. Just to conclude, just saying a couple of words about timelining. We see that the ITOR and the 3GPP timelines overlapping and really are synchronized. And I think that is a key thing to get the whole standardization process running so we get on time in all these places. And from that perspective, the timeline that we from Ericsson expect and our view are today is that up to now, in the time frame 27, there will be a lot of research ongoing. We will see a number of trials and test beds, and then we will get into some kind of pre-commercial phase, and most likely in a more commercial phase to the end of this decade. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hagerman, for telling the basic principles on which 6G should leverage from 5G. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Mikko Usitalo. He is the head of research, research department, radio systems research at Finland, Nokia Bell Labs. He is leading the European 6G flagship project Hexa X2. He obtained an MSc and DR Tech in 1993 and 1997 and a BSc in economics in 2003. He has been at Nokia since 2000 with various roles including principal researcher and head of international corporation at Nokia Research. He is a founding member of the Caltech Eureka and WWRF. The later one he chaired from 2004 to 2006. He is a WWRF fellow. Let's welcome Mr. Mikko. His topic is today on the update on the European 6G flagship projects Hexa X and Hexa X2. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the invitation and the opportunity. I can see that my slides are visible to you, and hope my audio is also well audible. Yes, so it's a pity I'm not able to be physically there. Earlier, it has been a great pleasure to visit India and New Delhi, and looking forward to the next opportunity later on then. Yes, so I'm, as told, I'm coming from Nokia Bell Labs Finland, leading radio research department here, and then also at European level, there is 6G flagship initiative. Earlier it was Hexa X, and now it is Hexa X2, and I'll be telling you about those initiatives that I have been and I am leading currently. So when these new cellular generations are created, first there is some academic research and soon followed by industrial research. And relatively soon, also in the history through these generations, there has been coming together of industry and academia together to create some additional momentum and create some shared understanding of the common good and the common direction. And so it has been also for 6G, and also in the history, European-based corporations have been playing quite strong roles with interaction with other important parts of the world. So Hexa X was the start with Nokia's overall leader Ericsson technical manager role and many central organizations, high quality research to create this starting point to understand the vision and what do we need 6G for, what are the use cases, and move forward with the technologies. So as you saw also earlier in the timeline, there is in the industry quite wide agreement on this timeline. Now then, from this initial structuring and framing research, moving to systemization research, with Hexa X2 forming the system view and prioritization, targeting then to end in 2 years from now, mid-2025, when there is significant momentum shifting towards technical specification in standardization like 3GPP, and then the commercialization towards the end of the decade. So Hexa X ended mid of this year, and there is a high amount of valuable input results available via our website. So there is more information about this vision that I will be touching later in the presentation on the use cases, societal values, looking at the sustainability, security, and spectrum. So you can find a lot more on those from our website. We also published the first end-to-end architecture for 6G and published this year summer an updated version of this, as well as on these different technical enablers, radio and localization and sensing. So with this new promise that with 6G, with the same infrastructure, same hardware, that used for communication, that with the help of this, on top of the communication, we can get additional information about the environment, about the movement of different objects, entities, and even, for example, breathing or heart rates of the humans that are around in the environment. And then, of course, on the AI and the possibilities with that, on which there has been quite some discussion at this event before, and 6G would then be the first generation where AI has a profound impact in all of the parts of the communication system. Then we have results on architectural enablers, service management, orchestration, and special purpose functionalities referring to the verticals. We have been building demos on the testing these technological components. You can find videos of those via our website and from our YouTube channel, as well as a link to a book, recent book that we did together with this European work group on architecture. And the book is free to download, so a great material there. We were also working to increase the diversity in our area with this team, Women in Telecommunication and Research, that became a more established entity. So what is then the vision on 6G? You have been hearing on this as it has been getting quite some traction. So we are seeing 6G to play the role of connect the physical, digital, and the human worlds. So humans are, of course, part of the physical world, but the technology is developed for humans. Humans need a connection between the digital world to build real-time models of humans, collecting the bioparameters, updating those in the model. For example, then with the possibility of detecting and approaching heart attack before the person, him or herself, knows that there is any need to call for help, and of course call for help. Humans need efficient connectivity between the digital world to be able to efficiently operate the physical world, and then we need a real-time model of the physical world in the digital world, so connection between the physical and digital to better operate, plan, and design the physical world. Then we need to look at the key values, sustainability. 6G technology needs to be sustainable, and also we need to see how can we help other sectors of society be more sustainable with the help of 6G. Also, inclusion is an important value. So not only to bring the latest and greatest technical performance, but also how can we reduce the cost of the technology? How can we bring this accessible to wider amount of the population to benefit from these wireless and digital services? And as we are getting higher and higher amount of data, also vital bioparameters of our bodies, a part of the system, so trustworthiness needs to be taken well into account from the very beginning of the design of the system. Related research challenges to this, connecting the intelligence, the role of AI, the networks at various hierarchical levels, or network of networks. Sustainability, I already talked about. Global service coverage, how to provide the inclusion, how to provide then the connectivity also in remote locations. Extreme experience refers to taking all the key performance indicators also from earlier generations to the next required level, like the all the time increasing demand for the capacity, and trustworthiness already talked about. So about these use cases, so we have many use cases that we have grouped under use case families related to enabling sustainability, related to this massive twinning, so taking these digital twins of the current day, the next required level, like twinning entire cities, larger areas, large industrial complexes. Also there then to enable preventive maintenance, detect problems before they occur and act on those. Telepresence, referring to being able to remotely be present, communicate with other people, other machines, independent of location, using any necessary senses. and also interacting with some digital reality that does not exist in physical form anywhere. So to test that digital reality before it is being built. And also here attending some cultural events, attending some sports events, for example, some world championship match in cricket. How could you attend that from home and get a richer experience than attending the same event at the stadium itself? When remotely being then able to be anywhere at the middle of the event, also on the field where the sports is taking place. Robots to cobots, then looking at augmenting human life, having these robots to kind of expect and understand our needs before we even need to communicate that to them. And then various different use case families looking at the needs of local connectivity with high trust. So then in our work, we have been looking at what are then the resulting performance levels we need to reach, both in the traditional performance indicators, looking at those end-to-end, looking at the new capabilities like sensing, and then introducing also key value indicators where in some areas where it is more difficult to come up with quantitative values, but also then moving towards getting quantitative values. One area for these key values is the sustainability, where currently for ICT, the share of greenhouse gas emissions is around 3%, but with the pressure for higher demand and demand for our services, we need to be very careful and look at that, how can we be fully sustainable. Here then looking at which parts of the ICT are putting the highest burden and how can we help in those areas. And also be happy to recognize that renewable energy plays a big role in ICT, although of course there is some room for improvement. As work in HexaX, we have been looking at this enablement effect. So how can we help these other sectors of society with higher impact in greenhouse gases to reduce their impact? In this domain, we have not yet been able to prove how high share 6G can help here, but we have developed methodology that can then be used when 6G gets more concrete. Then we have been already showing quite significant improvements in possibilities for reducing energy efficiency or improving energy efficiency, both in the total cost ownership level as well as for transmitting individual bytes. Then on this end-to-end architecture, there we see the infrastructure and cloud layer with the trend with cloud extending all the way to the end user devices, extreme edge, as well as then the non-terrestrial networks providing important ingredient for this remote connectivity. At the network service layer, in addition to communication, we see importance of AI and compute, localization and sensing, and data collection serving these needs. The application layer is not expecting significant changes because of 6G. And then we have end-to-end layer from this management orchestration being served by AI ML, extending all the way to the physical layer, as well as then analytics and security coming end-to-end. On this spectrum, for example, in the previous presentation, you already heard some major statements there where these HexaX views are aligning, where we need to look at all these frequency ranges traditionally in use and look at then the opportunities in new ranges, for example, especially the 7 to 15 gigahertz. Also, we have been looking at higher frequencies, but that is not where 6G would start from. That is then for maybe advanced 6G or even later. But we need to be prepared for those with this challenge of all the time significant increase for wireless traffic. Also, we need to look at the ways to optimize the current spectrum For example, with distributed MIMO and looking at these different hierarchical levels of usage of the spectrum, and the role of AI in further enhancing. The AI overall in the 6G system has been studied in enhancing the network performance and also the 6G as an efficient platform for AI. AI can also have significant role in increasing sustainability and increasing the trust in the system. HexaX2 started this year, and we have been ramping up the activity with ever-increasing set of organizations, with 44 organizations, Nokia, myself continuing the overall lead, and Ericsson as technical manager. It's a very wide consortium representing well the different parts of the value chain, and we are very much looking forward to increasing the ways to interact with India around to create this shared action towards one global 6G standard. As said, we are continuing the work of HexaX and other activities in the world on 6G with especially the ingredient of building the system blueprint, building this pre-standardization, starting to prioritize what really would be part of the 6G and it's at which stage. We have already published this year summer work on these drivers and goals for 6G, as well as draft foundation for 6G system design. Next week, we publish from our website information on architectural enablers, radio design, spectrum access requirements, characterization, classification of 6G device classes, and foundations of 6G smart network management and orchestration enablers. On this system blueprint, as said, this year summer, we already published some initial results with these applications hosted at the application layer, providing the connectivity in UE with the network functions, and in the network functions layer with the data networks, these being connected with radio access networks, core networks, and supported with the beyond communication functions like this sensing and positioning, integrated, being part of the same network, not needing any separate networks for these purposes of sensing and positioning. Then we also have a network-centric application layer, and all of these being supported by infrastructure and compute layer with the cloud continuum extending all the way to the extreme edge, hosting the end-user devices. As well as cutting across of these, we have pervasive functionalities, data collection framework, AI framework, security, privacy, and management and orchestration. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mikko, for the overview of what is happening in HexaX and HexaX2. I would ask all the speakers to come onto the stage, and we'll have time for a couple of Q&A. Yeah. We have time for a couple of questions, and yeah. Sai?
Thank you, sir. My question goes to Dr. Aziz Balaji or something. Yeah, thank you. Good morning, sir. All the presenters, thank you so much for the very good presentation. My name is Engineer Yakubu Duhu. I'm working with the Nigerian Communications Commission. That's a regulator in Nigeria. We came for this function. You did mention, you talked much about AI, artificial intelligence. But yesterday, sir, I had another word, artificial narrow intelligence. So I find it difficult to connect these two. Is there any difference between them? Or is just a tech hype? Thank you, sir.
Artificial, was it narrow intelligence?
Yes, ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. What's the difference between
artificial narrow intelligence and then artificial intelligence that we are used to. Thank you, sir.
So I'll probably have to look it up a little bit. I would suspect that, AI, is a very universal concept, and you can throw in a lot of different types of data and tackle use cases. And I do suspect that the narrow intelligence is simply trying to restrict the scope of the problem to a narrower set of parameters to tackle very specific use case. But I have to confess, I have to look it up. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thank you very much. My question is to Mr. Choi, Alex Jensen Choi. It's related to, since the workshop is on standards, so we are using AI ML in future networks. Future networks including IMT 2020 and beyond. We have different standards in IT2 study group 13, inclusion of AI ML in future networks like Y.3172, 73, 74, like that. Unified architecture for inclusion of AI ML in future networks. So there we have the very good framework. I'm part, I was as editor and work in that framework recommendation. So there we can have underlay network, overlay networks, sandbox environment, ML pipeline, what is intent, data format, everything is there. So if all are working in silos, I think the conflict will be there and we will not reach to the standard. So my submission is that whatever be the development, finally it should come in the format already recommended by IT2 study group 13, Y.3172 and beyond. Even we are working on MLFO, functional orchestrator, ML machine learning functional orchestrator, ML sandbox is already clear. So I think we should have unified approach in that. What is comment over this? Thank you very much.
Just to reiterate what Dr. Roy sir said, there's a lot of work happening in 3GPP on 5G, AML. There's work happening in ITU on AML and automation, and in ORAN on AML and automation. His question is how are these going to synergize and come to one common conclusion so that we don't have to implement multiple standards or this thing? I mean, happy anyone can answer this question. I will be...
Sure. So it's a very good question, fair enough. And it is true, there are many parallel discussions and the standardization effort around the AI ML, which is really becoming overhyped. So it is inevitable, a lot of industry or industry fora is paying attention and try to take some initiative by themselves. So for on behalf of ORAN Alliance, our strategy is to definitely to socialize with all the other industry fora, including ITU, and to discuss about how we can unite our forces to drive the more harmonized approaches rather than fragmentations. So early this year, I was invited to ITUT in Geneva, thanks to the invitation from the Onoe-san, the standardization directors, and he already recognized this issue, so we are invited there and we present what we are doing. So we already started to communicate with the relevant standard bodies, notably ITUT. So therefore, the work in progress. Very good point.
Thank you, Sean. May I? Sure, sir, please.
I think I agree with the previous answer as well, and I think it's a very relevant question. And for this, but we have to remember now that the standardization for AR or for any feature is actually enabling and to see that it's happening. And then we see on top of it, it will be implementations and also algorithms that this will be most likely from competitive for different companies and so forth. But again, the standardization should actually embrace and see that the abilities are there. And for that purpose, it needs to be in kind of a way to see that we don't limit. And I think that is one of the important factors into this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I don't have a question, but I want to compliment Dr. Balaji for his presentation, and especially like he mentioned that at Keysight they are working on novel methodologies for benchmarking and testing of AI in 6G. And he also mentioned that less than 1% are going for testing of AI. So I just wanted to submit that in Telecommunication Engineering Center in here also, we are working almost on the same lines. Like we released one standard which is for assessing and rating AI systems for fairness, and now we are working on a standard which is for assessing and rating AI systems for robustness. I think we will be getting valuable insights from you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, one last question, please.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation, for giving valuable insights. Sir, my question is from Balaji Subramaniam. Balaji, sir. Sir, in your presentation, you added network in testing, also AI in testing actually. In testing also, a lot of, it's not that much developed. So my question is like, since the standardization of what has to be implemented is not ready, what was the benchmark we can take as a consideration for testing the setups? Or how we can go ahead, in your perspective, how we can start working on that things?
Thank you so much. That's a very relevant question. The way we are approaching it is that, there is already AI in other areas in the world, right? In the automotive space, there are self-driving cars, and I would suspect that at the moment, they have a lot more stringent requirements of performance than a wireless network, but eventually the wireless network, if it's providing signal to an ambulance, it better be 100% reliable too. We will get there to the same level. So I think we are taking lessons from those worlds, how exactly things are tested, let's say just on a self-driving car, for example. Can we translate that to the wireless network use cases? Those are the kinds of things we are looking at right now, more about the framework, more about the types of data, and then apply that to the telecom network. And as the standards in the telecom network evolve and there is more visibility and more specificity, then we can move on to doing the same for this as well. But it's a very good question. It's an ongoing work for us.
I think we are running out of time. All the speakers are here. They'll be around. You can please contact them offline. And Aman, I give you the stage, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed speakers of this enriching session. We would also like to thank the session chair for conducting the session so smoothly and in an interactive and inquisitive manner. So may I now request the session chair, Professor Radha Krishna Ganti, Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Madras, to felicitate the speakers of this session by presenting a token of thanks and gratitude. We have Dr. Hideyuki Iwata representing the Telecommunication Technology Committee. We thank you, sir, for your enriching talk. We have with us Dr. Balaji Raghuthaman representing the Keysight Technologies. We thank you, sir. We have with us Mr. Bo Hegeman representing the Ericsson. We thank you, sir, for your insightful talk. We would also like to thank Dr. Alex Jinsung Choi, representing the ORAN Alliance, and Mr. Miko Sitalo, representing the Nokia Bell Labs, who joined with us virtually and gave their insightful talks. May I now request Shri B.K. Singh, Deputy Director General, Telecommunication Engineering Center, to present a token of thanks and gratitude to the session chair, Professor Radha Krishna Ganti, Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Madras. We thank you, sir, for conducting the proceeding of this session in such a smooth manner. So we can have a group photo of the entire session here. Ladies and gentlemen, we hereby conclude this technical session, and I request you all to join us for the next technical session at 2:30 sharp after the lunch. Thank you. I welcome you back to our next technical session that will make us delve into the exciting world of 6G applications aimed at exploiting widespread digitization and connectivity for enhancing productivity in user sectors. May I request the esteemed speakers of this session to please take their respective seats on the dais. We have with us Mr. V.K. Roy, Deputy Director General, Telecommunication Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. He will be chairing this session. May I request Mr. V.K. Roy, Deputy Director General, Standards R&D and Innovation, to please take his respective seat on the dais. Mr. Roy will be chairing this session. We have with us Professor Amrutad Bhardwaj, representing the Indian Institute of Science, IISc Bangalore. Sir, I request you to please take your seat on the dais. Our next speaker is Mr. Sachin Joshi, Distinguished Engineer from IBM. May I now request Mr. Vinosh Babu James, Director of Technical Standards, Qualcomm India, to please take his respective seat on the dais. We extend a very warm and hearty welcome to the esteemed speakers of this session. The session is chaired by Shri V.K. Roy, an Indian telecom service and ITS officer of the 1995 batch, who is currently heading the Standards R&D and Innovation Division of the Department of Telecommunications in the capacity of Deputy Director General. He led the Indian delegation in various ITU groups and significantly contributed to the drafting of the Bharat 6G Vision document. He was a key figure in the Quad Track 1.5 program and ICET, fostering international collaboration on optical technologies. Mr. Roy is a highly accomplished professional who has made substantial contributions to India's telecom sector in the areas of technology, standardization, and advancement. It's our pleasure to have you here, sir. May I request you to please give the opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Certainly, this is an afternoon session after lunch, so we all would like to make it interesting so that a possible interaction is the way to make any session interesting. I would like to set the context just as I was heading Indian delegation in WP5D as well as in study group 5 meeting of ITUR. In the first time in the history of India, one of the usage scenario contributed by India is now part of global IMT 2030 vision document, that is ubiquitous connectivity. At the same time, we have various associated capabilities with ubiquitous connectivity, keeping in mind of societal consideration of the developing countries like India. Never, I think, in IMT 2020 or earlier, coverage was considered as a capability. And we succeeded in that. Still, many people are not connected in developing countries. We all know a standard is an agreed vision document in which we finally get a framework, agreed framework of standards to have best performance of the network, quality, safety, security, everything. But agreement is the essence. It should be globally acceptable. We thank, I think, all global communities participating in the ITUR meeting. It was a very, I think, discussion was very, we had offline discussion during the meeting also, but finally it is accepted. Really, we are proud of that now, because SDG 9 talks about digital divide. If we don't have the proper digital infrastructures, connectivity, so we can't achieve that. So societal consideration was the first of the consideration of IMT 2030 framework. Ubiquity is now the part of that. At the same time, we have considered the technological trends. What is happening? Now we have integrated sensing and communication. Network will act as a sensor. There is no need of separate sensors. The RF signal will fall on an object and this will create a digital twin. So we can imagine that everywhere RF signal is creating a digital twin. It's falling and creating digital. What type of material is this? How this is moving? Similarly, we have AI and communication. Earlier it was integrated AI and communication, but due to some conflict it was removed, and now AI and communication. Certainly pervasive AI, ubiquitous AI, integrated AI. We can think of increasing the channel limit also if we utilize AI ML properly in the network. At the same time, we have the ubiquitous connectivity. So for all these user scenario, 3 user scenario are the additional one. What we need, immersive communication. We need digitization. So I think this topic is very interesting. Today we have very eminent speakers. We will be listening to them. Finally, to satisfy the use cases and applications of IMT 2030, in IT we say IMT 2030 or 6G, we need digitization for all applications which envisage for 6G. So this was the context I was willing to talk to you. So certainly we'll have very good discussion, and I think the session should be interactive so that we can have interest after this is the after lunch session. So we'll take I think good benefit out of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context of this session with a vivid overview of the 6G vision and standardization initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker in this session is Professor Amrutar Bhardwaj, Indian Institute of Science, IISc, Bangalore. He is presently the chairman, Robert Bosch Center for Cyber Physical Systems. He obtained his BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Bombay and MS and PhD in Electrical Engineering from Stanford University. Professor Amrutar's current research theme is large-scale IoT-enabled systems and collaborative robotics. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. May I request you to please deliver your talk on innovative use cases for 6G. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you, Mr. Roy, for setting the context for this particular session. So, In this, as you know, we recently released this 6G vision document, and one of the tracks was on innovative use cases, where I was fortunate to work with many of the colleagues from industry, mainly, and also academia, to try to think about what could be the use cases which could drive 6G for India. I will not go through all of that. It's there in the document. But what I thought was that, let me kind of pick a few points, a little bit broad, and also maybe some which we can go a little bit deeper about what could be the promise and potential for 6G. And I am using this word 6G for the phygital economy. It's a new word which has emerged over the last couple of years. I don't like the word because it sounds fidgety, but it is what it is, and I think it'll gain traction because it actually is a word representing a phrase called cyber physical systems, which you heard in the morning session. But it's a single word, so it's more compact than saying cyber physical system. And really, it's a combination of physical and digital, and that is what it is supposed to evoke. And I think 6G will really be geared towards enabling more and more of phygital type applications, which will become very important for us for the economy. Now, what is a phygital economy, right? And it's not something new. We are already getting used to it, right? The bottom left picture is telling you an example phygital application. There is a physical picture of a QR code which you scan with your cell phone, and then you complete a transaction and you buy a physical coffee, right? So you already have a phygital system in operation, right? And we are going to have more and more of it as we go forward. On the right side, I'm kind of showing a future application for a phygital system, right? There is a patient, there is a nurse, and of course you have sensors getting information, and you're seeing that, but also you see on the screen there is an AI nurse or AI doctor who assists this nurse or this paramedic or the medical practitioner with and helps her to figure out what should be the right treatment, what should she do to handle and help the patient. So you see now in our loop of physical and digital, you have more sophisticated decision support systems coming in, or cognitive supports. So this is where we are going with all these technologies, hopefully in a way to help people do their jobs better, help people to connect with other people better. And I think this will lead to new pathways for economic growth. And I'm kind of putting out three different, there were many innovative use cases which our group kind of articulated, but I've kind of identified, I'm zooming in on three specific, I would say, areas which will really enable, as we go forward, the economic development of the country, right? One is assistive AI, and I want to use the word assistive out here because we still want humans to be in control and command. As we saw, I showed you in the previous example, the AI is helping the nurse to handle and treat the patient better. So that is what we want AI to do. It should be assisting the humans to do their jobs. Teleportation of skills. Especially with enhanced connectivity, all of us now have had the experience of working from home, right? Where we are essentially, delivering our skills, but these are all kind of digital or skills which can easily be digitized, or, maybe we give advice, or we write a piece of code, or, we talk. But, with 6G technology, especially with low latency, very high fidelity, high reliability, you should be able to actually physically manipulate something at a distance, right? You might be able to enter into a robotic avatar and be able to physically interact with remote objects, remote people, and so on. And so I think that will also open up something very interesting and important, and I'll come to that a little bit later. And finally, experience. I think as we go forward, people, as hopefully people will start getting wealthier and wealthier, and they want to kind of, get all kinds of different experiences. And I think that opens up a whole new economy for creating experience, buying experience, and so on. And again, this is something which will get enabled by, hopefully by 6G and beyond. So what is involved, or what is needed for this kind of a, these kinds of systems and solutions and things to kind of emerge, right? There are these three elements out here, right? I call it the tech chakra. One is, of course, sensing and perception. Second is cognition and insight. And third is interaction and experience, right? So they're kind of roughly sensing, actuation, and decision making, but I've kind of phrased it in this slightly more abstract way out here. And I want to go a little bit more into sensing and perception, and Mr. Roy already kind of alluded to that. And I want to go kind of elaborate on that a little bit more. How, of course, there are sensors, but how 6G can actually enable and enhance the ability to do actual sensing. Right? I think the key thing what we have seen now is that with 5G is everything has become largely software driven, right? And that is why I think, and then you have this arrays of antennas. And that is really what is needed for you to also do sensing, that you can do all kinds of really interesting things. Once I have an antenna array, and once I can write software to control it. So what will happen is that besides using radio waves for communication, you will actually also use radio waves for sensing, right? And also, again in the morning we saw the Ericsson person was talking about, Bo was talking about how he could power a sensor, 1 microwatt sensor. I think that is also something really important, that we can use radio waves to also transmit power, which we already know we do because we receive power through radio waves from the sun. But we can do it in a controlled manner, and we can engineer it, right? So I think both these are very important aspects, and I think it will become really interesting to explore how to kind of build on it. So what can you sense with RF? And I'm listing a bunch of things out here which are already done. People have shown that you can do it. So that's kind of was an eye-opening thing for me, is that you can actually, and the first is the identification of something, right? And this we already know with RFID. You use a radio wave to power a little chip, which then does some modulation of the antenna, and then you get back a reflected signal which has information from the chip. Now the chip can also have a sensor, so you can actually not only get an ID, but you can also get sense information. So that part is there, you can do it. Of course, we know that we can do ranging. Radars are used for finding distance. But not only ranging, not only can I find the distance of where you are, but I can also tell you where you are located in this world, which is called locationing. I can tell you which direction you are looking at, right? That is orientation. So I can get the complete pose of a person. Not only that, I can also tell whether it's which of you specifically that person is, and they're all with radio waves and not really using cameras. I can distinguish between humans and dogs. I can find out whether it's grandmother or grandfather. I can tell what speed you're going. I can also figure out what is your heart rate, what is your breathing rate. All these are possible. Right now, people have demonstrated. Okay, and specifically, really some path-breaking work by MIT Professor Khatib's lab. You see on the picture out there, what they have done is they are able to, there is that person, part of the person is occluded by the wall, and then the left image, the person is behind the wall. They are able to extract where the person is, even though you can't see the person. Right? This is all again by radio waves. And the bottom figure is showing how you can, the radio waves which you are getting is kind of modulated, and you can kind of course, see the breathing rate you can extract, but it's very subtle, but you can also extract the heartbeat and beat-to-beat variations with some very sophisticated AI algorithms. And how does this work, right? Basically, there are three elements. One is, the signal you send out is what is called a chirp signal, right? The frequency keeps going linearly, right? And using that, you can tell how far an object is when you receive get the reflected signal. The second is the antenna array. That is very important because it tells me which direction it's coming from. And finally, bottom is your algorithms to extract the information from the received signal, right? So I think all these three elements are there in our current hardware already, but it's not configured that way. I'm sure with 6G, you will actually have access to that hardware and you can actually program and do all of these kinds of things. And what is interesting is a lot of this work can be done with sub 10 gigahertz radio waves, with very low power radio waves, right? You don't have to do anything more. So this is really exciting. I think you can get to this much faster than what I had thought was possible. Of course, that is with a single, maybe an access point, getting access to sensors, but then everything is connected, right? And see, that is really important because with very high, low latency connectivity, I can recruit sensors which are not physically connected to me. For example, I can see through your eyes, right? So that is pretty interesting because, suddenly my field of vision expands beyond what I just have physically connected to me, right? The other important thing is that the processing of the sensory information can be decoupled now, which you already know, and that again makes it much easier to deploy many more sensors, very low cost, low power, and then have compute somewhere else. Not only that, we can actually do coordinated sensing. If I have multiple sensors, I can actually, it's like imagine that I have multiple cameras all around me, and if I can synchronize the firing of all the cameras, I can take a picture in a synchronous way, right? So being able to keep time across these different sensors, being able to send wireless power, I think those are also very interesting aspects which we can think about as we go forward and open up an opportunities for us to bring, standardize, right? So the radio resource block is the valuable real estate which we need to kind of get hold of and say how much do we allocate and how do we actually use it for the sensing activities. The signal design for the sensors, the ability to do beamforming, and other things related to sending, keeping track of time, delivering power, etc. All these are kind of opportunities for standardization, which, hopefully we can get to over the next 2 to 3 years in terms of understanding what we should do and then putting that into the standards. So I want to kind of take a step back a little bit from a more detailed discussion of how to sense to, again, some of the couple of use cases, teleporting of skills, right? So creating jobs for our people is going to be the single biggest challenge in the country over the next 15, 20 years. And, AI is going to be there everywhere. So what jobs will people do, right? And I think teleoperation, telesupervision of AI-powered machines is something which is probably an interesting opportunity for people. It can open up new gig jobs, right? People are driving cars, but maybe drive cars remotely from their village instead of coming to the cities. And, with new kinds of robots and machines coming in to help mechanize and automate, the operator or the supervisor for those machines need not be sitting with the machine. They can be sitting somewhere else. And so that's what I call avatarification of these machines. Through the machine, you deliver your service. Maybe it's a plumbing job, it's harvesting, it is whatever it is. And so again, these are pictures which, I've used AI to generate these pictures already. So, I'm sure AI can help all these people also to do their jobs. And this will really be enabled because of, I think we can use 6G as a vehicle to make sure we have all the right pieces in 6G to enable such kinds of new jobs to be created. And another kind of really important, which I again alluded to earlier, was how AI can help assist in decision making, right? But where 6G comes in is real-timeness. Being able to, especially very complex scenarios where you have lots and lots of information that needs to be processed, which needs to be generated from physically different sources. So having the ability with 6G to get the information together, and then of course AI engines to analyze and then suggest what should we do, right? So real-time situations, disaster management, etc. become, I'm just giving one example. I think there is no limit to what kinds of things you can do when you can have these kinds of cognitive assisting people. Then I alluded to this third kind of broad area of the experience economy. And we are already seeing that how people are able to use YouTube and TikTok and upload, little videos and snippets and so on. And many of them, it's a job. I mean, it's a full-time job. They're able to make money out of it, right? So it's opening up new avenues for making money. And really, what is the next generation of TikToks and YouTubes and so on? Right? It's going to be immersive, real-time experience, bringing in also interaction. You can't interact with a YouTube video, right? You can't interact with a TikTok video. But the next generation of little snippets, you will be able to enter those snippets in an immersive way and perhaps interact with them. The other important thing is that, as you know, with deep fakes and so on, a lot of the content, for example, the two pictures I showed earlier were generated by AI, right? What is then real, what is not real? I think that is also very important. I mean, when I say real, what I mean is authentic, right? So authentic human experience is going to become very valuable, right? I would rather interact with a real human rather than a deep fake human, perhaps. I mean, that's what I would like to do, but maybe the next generation might not care. So I think there will be a lot of value for human-to-human contact and connects and experiences based around that. And so I think that will also open up interesting opportunities. Where again, what I'm saying is that 6G technology and 6G and affiliated technologies should essentially help enable these kinds of new business opportunities to actually emerge. So with that brief, I'll stop here. I thank you all for your attention, and maybe during interaction session we'll have more questions.
Thank you, Professor Bhardwaj. Actually, use cases which we visualize today is very interesting. We can have, with the capability of 6G, all type of use cases. Immersive experience, integrated sensing and communication, where network will act as a sensor. Digital twin will be a reality. So, integrated AI and communication, or distributed or pervasive AI and communication, everywhere AI will be there, decision makings will be there. I think infinite number of user scenario might be there. But the professor, he has presented, I think, in very interesting way. The word he has also discovered, digital. I think first time I have heard this word. I think he should add also cyber, the convergence of physical world, digital world, and cyber world. So if any suitable words he finds, that will be also interesting. But anyway, precision location, coordinated sensing. So we can think what will be the feedback mechanism. Just like coordinated multi-point, the feedback mechanism will be tremendous, huge feedback. So we can think that what will be the scenario. So use of feedback mechanism, use of AI, ML, everything will be there, everything convergence, and it should be seamless at the same time. So it was teleporting skills. Very interesting discussion. I would like that you should ask some questions with Professor Bhardwaj. Otherwise, after this session, you will not get chance. So please ask question. This is my, yes, thank you very much.
Questions?
Can we have the mic over there?
Professor Bhardwaj, many thanks for wonderful presentation. A couple of thoughts. And the person next sitting to you knows about it very well. Now, the thing is that what you are explaining, and is in what frequency band you are working it out. That's one question. Second thing is that there was a government notification of 2018 where they have allowed such type of applications for ultra broadband, and they had given the spectrum allocation right from the 4 gigahertz and going up to 10.5 gigahertz. Out of that, there's upper 4 bands, band number 9, 11, 12, I think so 10 or something like 8, 9, 11, 12. They are being used in the different parts of the world. And there you can do the very precision, the positioning to the tune of centimeters. Okay, so that thing is already happening. And Samsung and Apple, they are incorporating in their all the handsets. So very soon it will have the global system to work it out on that. Okay, so those are the things which are working. So perhaps that's for your information if you have missed that. That's a government notification. Government allows to do that. So that's already there, low power. And then it's a very small duty cycle pulses of few nanoseconds. It's spread over the 500 megahertz band. Okay, so there's forum also there. They standardize the entire ultra broadband. So just for your information, which frequency band you are working for?
That's right, yeah. The ultra wideband actually uses much larger spectrum, but the power level is so low that, and that translates to very short pulses. So the examples which I was showing, of course, this work done elsewhere. People have been using between 5 to 7 or 8 gigahertz. So just to say that a lot of these things we can do with, we don't still need very fancy, hardware. With existing hardware, with some modifications, we can actually implement many of these kinds of things right now. And of course, if we go higher in frequency spectrum, we could also explore, I think what Mr. Roy also alluded to, which is a little bit more beyond just position and so on. Can we do equivalent of hyperspectral imaging, those kinds of things. But those are a little bit more advanced and that really requires research. But I take your point, and I don't think this kind of work we are doing right now in India, which probably in the next couple of years we have a small window where we need to kind of really explore by actually building these systems and understanding their limitations, and then inform the government also as to what kind of spectrum and which will be useful, what power levels, and also kind of influence the standards.
Sir, just a continuation of that one. The power levels and all those things are already defined. They are given the different spectrum bands over there. Please look at the government notification. Mr. Roy can give you, if you want, I can also send it to you. That's
sure. Yeah.
Standardization is already being done, and it's getting populated. So my suggestion would be, instead of bringing another offshoot where we cannot go global, better to get into that and do a lot of research on that. That's one. And here, you can transmit the data up to 10 Mbps very easily in that. But that's not meant for the data communication. But again, it can be done. So what I'm just trying to say, that's the thing which I was making in the IG, 5G, IF and all forums and all those. Let's not try to reinvent the wheel because our resources are very small. Let's look at what's going on and where we can encroach in and get entire IPRs and all those things in our hand to work out. That's the real thing. I'm also a professor. But that's what I'm telling you. Well, if we keep on trying to do that and it doesn't get the global application on that, perhaps we will not in a position to reduce the cost and use it. It will just become a R&D island. So my request would be, let's put our efforts in that direction where the world is going, and then hijack the entire world and bring it to India. It will take
certainly, I think that's a good point, yeah.
Do we have to take more questions or so can we move on? So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker in this session is Mr. Sachendra Joshi, who is a distinguished engineer and a senior research manager in IBM Research at Gurugram. He is currently leading the research efforts in building conversational systems. He is focused on adapting and applying various deep learning and natural language processing techniques to build computing systems that can interact with humans in a natural manner. His current research interests lie in the areas of dialogue systems, text processing, natural language processing, and machine learning. We are pleased to have you here, sir. May I request you to please deliver your talk on intelligent connectivity, the symbiotic evolution of artificial intelligence and telecom.
Thanks for the introduction. Okay, so what I plan to do in next 15-20 odd minutes is to talk about this topic of intelligent connectivity. So the evolution of intelligence, the AI part, and the communication part has started with rather independently. But the present as well as the future evolution of them is actually quite intertwined. It's quite interconnected, and that's what we are going to touch upon in this talk. So basically, we'll start with these evolutions which have been rather independent, and then one of the things which has fancied a lot of attention in last 1 year is kind of chat GPT kind of technologies. And a lot of people have got familiarized with this AI concept because of that. And this comes from this technology called foundation models. So I'll just maybe take 5 minutes and do a foundation model one-on-one on that. And while this is on language part, actually similar kind of foundation models also exist today in chemistry and other places, as well as its time series predictions, which could have a lot of influence on how 5G and 6Gs gets implemented, because your ability of predicting time series predictions, network predictions, and so forth would increase manifold with these developments. And then I will finally talk about some new trends in AI which are getting shaped because of the kind of use cases Professor Baladas talked about and many people here have been working upon. So, what kind of influences it is causing on the AI side of things is what I will talk about. So basically, the artificial intelligence is any kind of techniques which gives an appearance of some intelligent behavior, right? And this has been a long-standing goal. People have been trying to do it for 70 odd years or maybe more. And the very beginning of it was more like expert systems where you have these rules kind of written. And one of the very famous example is what is called an ELIZA bot, right? Which was built in like 1960s. Which was kind of a psychotherapist, like, physiotherapists and psychotherapists, who can communicate, who can give you a feeling that this system is kind of communicating in a very intelligent manner. And it was all rule-based. It was just, if he says this kind of a thing, then I respond like this kind of thing. And there was a lot of, for a long time, these systems were built using expert systems or rule-based systems. Later on in 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, there has been this whole area of machine learning. And there are many incarnations of that in case of, logistic regressions to SVM to decision trees. And many of these techniques have been used in many different implementation, including in telecom kind of things. One of the key things here is that there is there is something called feature engineering that needs to be done to build these systems, which is a very, very intense task. And that's why the adoption and the way AI has been touched the real world has been largely limiting. With machine learning of those times, where there is a lot of feature engineering is required, it's very slow to adopt. And then in 2000 time frame, there is this whole deep learning kind of technologies that started. Now, neural network is not new. Neural network started way back in the 60s. But this deep learning, which kind of builds upon neural networks, started in late 2000. And that actually got rid of this problem of feature engineering. And that's what kind of fueled the growth of AI in many spheres. So the whole things like, the way we can say, hey Siri, and these other kind of things, they started to come into popular uses with these developments in deep learning area. And then finally, now we have this era of foundation models, which actually has helped remove another problem, which is requirement of huge amount of what is called supervised data. And we'll see some examples of these, what I mean by supervised data. So whenever you want to build anything, like you want to build churn prediction in telecom consumer, or like you want to do any of those stuff, you need a lot of label data. And this label data is again something that needs to come by some human effort, and that's very slow. What foundation models have done is remove that friction, right? So the deep learning removed the friction of feature engineering. Foundation model kind of approach or pre-trained model kind of approach have removed the friction that is caused because of labeling data kind of thing. So these two developments in last 20 odd years, have really made this very easy to get AI into building many different experiences. Now, this slide, I don't think I need to really talk about in this audience. People are very familiar how 1G to 5G evolution has happened and how we are moving toward 5G plus and 6G kind of things. So, coming to the foundation models, right? How do they work? And when we talk about foundation model for language, which is what ChatGPT is or Google Bard is, these are called large language models, right? And so in classical AI world, when we want to build a translation system or when we want to build a question answering or a summarization system, we build a different system altogether, right? So we start with what are called labeled examples or training data, and these are the kind of labeled data. So you want to do translation from Hindi to English or English to Hindi. What you need are these pairs of sentences, which is one sentence in English, corresponding sentence in Hindi, so and so forth. Similarly, you want to build a summarization model, you need a document, and you need a corresponding summary. And now these needs to be created, right? This is the labeled data. So what foundation models have done is to kind of, use some data to create this model, which we call foundation model. And you actually use that foundation model as a starting point. And you build on top of that. So all your translation, summarization, all your models, you build on top of that. Right? So in classical AI, as I said, you need a lot of label data. Right? So for whichever applications you are building the AI model, you need a lot of these data which needs to be labeled in human way, and this takes a lot of time. So what foundation models actually instead do is to look at just the language, right? We have enormous amount of language, digital language written. So in English, we have billions, hundreds of billions of sentences. So we just look at all these hundreds of billions of sentences to build a foundation model. And on top of that, then we need very little data, extremely little data to build any other system like translation or summarization that we need to build. So what do you do? So how do you build foundation model? You take the sentence, like it's raining cats and dogs, and just remove the word dog. And then you say, okay, what is the word? You try to build a model where you give the input as it's raining cats and then you try to predict what the word is that's going to come after it's raining and then you see, oh, it's dogs. So you go through the whole vocabulary and then you find out what is it that comes after it raining and cat. And you do that kind of exercise, like predicting what the word would be that comes next, sentence after sentence after sentence, on hundreds of billions of sentences, on trillions of tokens. So the current models are built in 2 trillion, even 7 trillion tokens. So that's the amount of data that they have seen. But note that there is no label data which is required here, right? It's just language. And you need to do the same thing for any model that you need to build for, like if you want to build a model in Marathi, Gujarati, Bengali, we need to do the same thing, right? All it needs is language in digital form. So if you have that, then there is this self-supervision, and the reason why we call it self-supervision is because you are just trying to predict the next word. So just by trying to predict the next word, where you have enormous amount of data, you can learn these foundation models. And from that, you now need very little data. So the amount of data that now you need is like just into a few hundreds to thousands. In fact, now with the current set of foundation models, you don't need any data, You can ask ChatGPT kind of models to just translate, and they do. There is no data required at all. And if there are some obscure kind of applications, not translation, summarization, or those kind of things, you just need to give 1, 2, 3, 10 different examples in the context, and you can actually get that kind of a behavior or experience from that model out. So that's what these foundation models are able to do. Now, as I said, large language model, or the foundation model for language, is something that many people, in fact everybody here, has experienced, but similar kind of models exist for vision. That's what gives you these images kind of things. I know Professor Bharadwaj said that he used some of those images. I am using some of those images in my deck, which have been created by AI. And those have been built using some similar concepts, some similar self-supervision techniques, and similarly you can do in chemistry and so on and so forth. Okay. So that's the foundation model 101. Now, this development of AI, right, which has come to this foundation model part of it, now there are some very fantastic characteristics of these models. One of them is that it has a huge modeling capacity. So things which are very hard to model classically, right, like if things which are extremely nonlinear, all those kind of modeling capacity you get with these new deep learning techniques. So you have extreme modeling capacity. You can scale to amount of data that you can work with is enormous again, right? You couldn't have worked with trillions of tokens earlier, but now we can. And similarly, like there are implications of these capacity. Like if we could not work with millions and billions of tokens, then it's very hard to work with even things which comes, for example, in case of wireless communication. Right, so again, transfer learning is something that we have seen. So there are very good characteristics or capabilities that we have developed in AI over time. Similarly with 5G, of course, there is gigabits per second of speed we have. We have very high reliability with virtual private network and network slicing techniques. Extreme capacities, of course, coming from multiple things, including high frequency and many other technologies, advanced modulation and coding techniques and things like that. So there are these capabilities that comes along with 5G. Now what is happening is that with adoption of this 5G, we get, it's kind of making AI better. There is more and more need on AI side of things to make AI better with adoption of 5G. With such a huge capacity available there, ultra reliable, low latency, the use cases that come involve images, video, text together, and that fuels the growth on the AI side to build multimodal models, right? Not just large language models, not just vision models, but multimodal, which are combined across all the different modalities. Similarly, you want to further reduce the latency. So a lot of use cases, you can't afford to have them on cloud. The trained model of AI can't be on cloud. So that leads to a lot of work towards how do we put it on device, how do we do, and then further how do we use it across federated learning. And another thing is that there is so much data that you get by these 5G applications which could be used to further improve the models, right? So these are the kind of things which on the AI side, it touches more and more adoption of 5G, it kind of helps getting AI better. On the other hand, advances in AI is actually required for 5G or 6G kind of really achieving the goals for them to get the elevated level of performance by getting spectrum monitoring to RF sensing, the kind of things Professor Bharadwaj talked about, to reducing the energy, doing dynamic video compression, and all those kind of things require very, very precise AI and very quick AI to get the predictions right. So that's why advances in AI is going to make 5G and 6G better. Now, the role of AI in 5G applications, of course, I think most people here are already aware in enhanced mobile broadband side of things. You have a lot of applications coming up in augmented reality, virtual reality, which requires gesture recognition, real-time scene rendering, and very good AI is required for all these applications. Similarly, for voice and conversational AI, which is, I'm closer to that part of the area, you are moving not only having text-based kind of things, but having a customer support on video where people can actually real-time stream the apparatus they are working with and get augmented reality wise help that how to operate a particular machine, right? So for doing all those things, enormous amount of development and AI side is also required. On massive on internet of IoT side of things, massive machine type of communications. Of course, there's a lot of things happening on the smart city, a lot of things happening on the precise farming side of things, so on and so forth. And similarly on the reliability side of things, right? You have healthcare, you have self-driving cars, so on and so forth. So for all these applications, all these 5G applications require enormous amount of AI development. So that's how the role of AI is in 5G plus application. Similarly, role of AI is also in 5G plus implementation. We talked about radio awareness, we talked about like contextual awareness, knowing whether the user is in car, he's moving with what speed, so on and so forth. So you need to predict all these things with millimeter wave. You have a lot of interference coming. You need a very good way of mapping this space, knowing what the interference routes are, interference detections. So you require AI again there. The network slicing that we have for network management. You could also use the network you could look at the historical network traffic and see, predict, any network issues that could come, so on and so forth. Similarly, there's a lot of things happening on the location side of things. There are a lot of location awareness applications, and you have fusing signals from multiple different things, not only just GPS, but Wi-Fi and radio, Bluetooth, and so on and so forth. You can have better indoor positioning system. Everywhere you have AI requirements for better implementation. Now, as one of the key things that I encounter very often is predicting in time series. That comes very often for many of the use cases where you want to get better implementation of 5G. And so the time series prediction, there have been a lot of methods in classically, and people have tried to use these new foundation technique kind of approaches for time series predictions without much success so far. Recently, there has been work with IBM Research and Princeton, where we have developed a new transformer technology, which can actually have much better performance of network prediction, much better performance in general time series predictions. What you see here is, so the blue line is the ground truth, and you are trying to predict that blue curve across these different applications like weather or electricity demand and things like that. And this new work, which we call patch TST, which is a transformer based system, is actually is one of the best. It is the new state of the art for predicting time series. Okay, so with that, let me talk about a couple of trends that are leading in AI, this new, the way the 5G applications are built and adopted. So one of the things, as you see, AI is today being used for several things, including voice activation, like Hey Siri, text recognition, face detection, gesture recognition, so on and so forth. A lot of these things have network trained models which are on cloud. Now this is not very desirable, and this is actually leading to a lot of edge computing and on-device computing. And that is one of the trends which is happening more and more. Actually, what you see here on the screen actually shows how the model sizes have increased over time. And there is a new Moore's law for AI, which says that every year there is a 10-time increase in the model sizes that we have, starting with in 2017, where we had only a few tens of millions of models, to 170 billion parameter model, to 1.5 trillion models, and so on and so forth. So the model sizes are getting big, and we have much enhanced performance because of those huge models. But those huge models also pose a big challenge that you can't really put them on device. And there is a lot of work happening on the quantization side of things, where you actually quantize these models, and therefore by quantizing you actually represent these these neural network parameters in integer instead of double and float, thereby reducing the size of the model tremendously. So how do you really quantize these already trained model, or maybe how do you actually learn a model which is in the integer space only, right? So that is the kind of one trend which is happening more and more on AI. You want to get the same performance of big models but with the small spaces. There is also a lot of work happening what is called in distillation area, where you actually want to distill the knowledge from large networks to small networks and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of work happening on the quantization side of things. Another thing which is happening is more on the federated learning side of things. So when you have on-device learning, these models actually, as they are being used, there is more and more data that gets generated, and that data is actually used to further adapt these models. And this is what is called on-device learning. But this on-device learning actually does not capture the usage patterns of other people, because other people are using in their own device, and the kind of experiences that they have is limited to on their device. So the federated learning concept is where you take all these local adaptations that you are learning on each devices to actually take at a central place and then propagate it back to every other user. So as different users use these models, and by that experience the models get locally better for that person, that individual, how does those knowledge get transferred to the other people? So there is a lot of work started to happen on the federated learning side of things as well. So these are some of the neat trends which is kind of shaping up as things get more and more adopted on 5G space. With that, I will end. This is how the future of AI and communication is so closely related, and it's actually really accelerating the innovation on both the spheres. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. You talked about different models and federated learning at the last, benefits of the federated learning. But at the same time, where the computation, whether it is on the device, on the cloud, you also talked about that, what is the benefits. But the question is, how to utilize these things in a standard way. I think we have different approaches. So what should be the standard for this? Because this is being used in 5G also, and this is going to be used in 6G. So this is question from my side, I think, and others may also ask. So this is question from my side. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So this space of AI actually lacks any kind of standardization at the moment. There is a lot of debate on how do you capture the biases and right, how do you deal with this whole problem of factuality and biases. So, but even there is no governing body, there is no standardization in this space. The innovation has been happening at a maddening pace, and it is happening at such a maddening pace that people are just extremely busy coping up with the innovation. But there are new efforts that started to happen where they want to create some kind of fact sheet for models. In fact, there is a new transparency index which came from Stanford just last week. It's called AI Transparency Index, because we have so many models coming from so many different companies and universities without really releasing where the data is coming from, what licenses are being used, whose data is being used, and so on and so forth. Right, so that's one of the steps in the direction of trying to get more transparency, getting more formalized in terms of how do you characterize the data that is being used for model building, and so on and so forth, right? But I think we are still far from being in a position where we can get some kind of a standardization around these kind of AI models at this point, but I think it's certainly needed. Thank you.
Just I would like to add something what is happening in ITUT study group 13. Actually, how to use AI ML in future networks, including IMT 2020. We have come with some recommendations. That is Y.3172. They are the data sources, data format, intent, model, underlay network, overlay network, everything, sandbox, everything is being standardized. So I think it's my duty also to, I think we should go through the recommendation Y.3172 and use data standards. Even for, I am also working on MLFO, machine learning functional orchestrator, sandbox we have created, so everything is there. So that will be beneficial for the country like India. I think that should be utilized. Thank you very much for your. Any other question?
Hello, thank you for this nice talk. So my question is about using the AI in wireless applications like for spectrum sensing and localization. So how well do these models work when we train it for one environment and the wireless channel changes, the wireless environment changes? So how well do they generalize to the new environment, and is there any retraining we need to do in the new environment, because the wireless channel is always changing?
So I'm not best equipped to answer that question. I have worked a lot with large language models and images and vision kind of models, but far less in time series and in network traffic kind of a thing. So I'm not very well positioned to actually answer this question. Having said that, I do think that these new kind of models that are there, because of their nature of adapting very quickly, right, as you now can experience yourself in case of things like Google Bard and GPT family of models. When you want to transform that to a new setting, all that they require is a few different examples. What it means is that as things get changed, if there is a feedback that which kind of summarize the changes in some second, it will be able to adapt very quickly. But again, I don't have any basis of saying that in an experimental way. I don't have that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are very right that air interface is variable, is always changing. But if we have the data sets in different environment conditions, suppose clear weather, suppose clutter is there, so many data sets if we are having. So by utilizing those data sets, we can have the intelligent reverse matrix air interface. So Y.HX, H can be known, and we can utilize those things with the help of AI/ML, predictive that this is going to happen, and in advance we can curate that. This is possibility. Thank you very much.
So do we have any more questions? Shall we move on? So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker in this session is Mr. Vinosh Babu James, who is Director of Technical Standards at Qualcomm in India. He has been conceptualizing 6G and participating in standardization activities at WP5D and working on the product aspects of 5G technology standards and exploring viable use cases and business needs for 5G+. He has experience in standardizing new wireless technologies, cellular system design, technical standards ecosystem, and IP. It's our honor to have you here, sir. May I request you to please deliver your talk on interworking of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. I think when I accepted the speech, I didn't realize that I am the last speaker in the last session in the last topic, right? And before that, I didn't realize that, I'm going to speak after a session on AI. where, you are basically told that, it will be all learnt. There will be models and then, right? And now I'm coming back to the basics, we need to develop standards, which means that, there should be fact. There should be a business case to it, and then, how do we actually drive it forward, right? So let me see if I am actually successful, right? So the way I have structured it is, I basically want to walk you through some do's and don'ts on standards development and, how exactly this terrestrial, non-terrestrial interworking is actually going to work, right? I'll be very candid in here. 6 years back, meetings in Delhi, specifically with TC and, Roy sir was there. I used to be selling this magic cure called 5G for remote surgery use cases. Okay, that 5G is going to come, and when 5G is there, remote surgery will naturally happen, and then, everything is fine. It's been 8 years now. I have learned to start eating my words now. I don't speak about that anymore, right? Because reality strikes, and you then realize that, these sort of things are not going to happen, right? And and then, they also make you in charge for the 6G program within the company. So then you need to be really careful on what you speak, what you don't speak, right? So in this particular talk, I need to be very specific on what can be realistically targeted with this interworking and how realistic we should be, right? You like it or not, there is one company called Starlink, which is going on putting satellites in the sky. God knows what technology that is. Right? Meaning, as of now, it is still a proprietary solution. It's not standards-based. There is one company which is developing it. That company is ensuring that it is enabled in devices. And that company has enough horsepower to ensure that within the next 6 to 7 years, more than 3 or 4 billion devices will have that. So what exactly is the opportunity to actually do this terrestrial, non-terrestrial interworking if that technology is not compatible with Starlink is doing today, right? The same question, that's exactly, in lines with what Rakesh ji also asked, that, if Samsung and Apple are enabling UMB or UWB in the handsets now, why are you taking away that spectrum and trying to put in a new technology, right? This is like a conundrum, there is no way of answering that particular part. The only thing that can happen is, yes, you can probably develop a technology, right? So, for example, he mentioned that in the whole band, they are able to push 10 megahertz, 10 Mbps worth of data. That's minuscule. But if you can prove that a new technology you are developing is compatible with UMB, yes, I think it's UMB or UWB, one of those things, right? It's not going to kill that signal, but then you are able to put in more data rate, then probably you'll survive. That is what 6G is going to be about. 6G is not going to be about a new air interface technology. 6G is not going to erase everything 4G, 5G did and then bring in new stuff. It is going to build on the current solutions, right? So that is what I will be talking about. How do we enable the path towards 6G and where this terrestrial, non-terrestrial is actually going to fit into it, right? So I knew that Roy sir is going to chair the session, so I need to definitely have here because this is his pride point, right? He ensured that, we have our flag as part of it. So 1 political point scored. Now let me see if I can actually score more in here, right? So this is basically our view of, what should be, how we design 6G systems, right? Of course, there is going to be AI going to be central for everything because without AI, you are not going to come up with complex models which you will be able to leverage for complex applications. I can't make it any more complex than this because the last 2 sentences I mentioned, I myself don't know, right? But the reality is, AI is going to actually change the pivot from where we are today into something more. And we know at the back of our mind, at that particular point, the user experience is going to change. And that user experience is where the dollars come. So everybody will have to invest in that to ensure that your user experience is leveraged, right? Similarly, it is going to talk about new spectrum, all those things, that's all fine. This is about what 5G was there and then, where we are doing 6G. I will skip that as well. This is important, right? this is important. Why? Because if you look in here, the cellular technology evolved every 10 years. But the satellite industry was far more slower than that. Right? As Qualcomm, we were part of all of those things because we somehow got in. I don't know how or why. But then from Omnitrax to Global Star and then our own system, which is called OneWeb, which then Airtel, Bharti Consortium and others bought, to where we are today in 5G on IoT and NTN, this particular industry has grown a lot. Right? And the whole idea is basically the following. From proprietary-like systems, how do we grow and then get into large-scale commercial devices which can be then commoditized? Meaning it needs to get into every device, which will then ensure that it will be actually put into services which are leveraged for a lot of other use cases. That is how the trend had actually changed. And when the trend changed, the way the products also looked into also changed. So for example, when it was Omnitrax, Global Star or OneWeb, Qualcomm was actually asked to get into the entire supply chain of equipment. Meaning we had to develop, for example, OneWeb I know because I participated in it. The satellite, we had to develop the transponder. Corresponding device, we had to develop the chipset, including the software application and other related things, right? Qualcomm is a great company, does a lot of technology. But the moment you are asked to put everything into it, it's just crap. Because there is no innovation. Right? Because you yourself are then saying that, this is how it needs to be. Because it's tailored to a single use case. It's tailored to a single use case. You are limiting its application. But NTN IoT with 5G base, what happened is we were limited to just developing the technology. Now look into how it scales. A customer is able to pick it up, put it into tracking devices, and then add it to all the shipments which is sending throughout the globe. Another entity is able to pick it up and then use it in a lot of use cases, which is about agricultural tracking, inventory tracking, basically attaching it to a environmental sensor and then trying to find out which particular region of the country is in what stage today. That's where the innovation actually comes. When you actually simplify the problem, do the smallest part of it and then offload the rest to the others. Right? Now comes the reality. Reality in the sense, I can develop technology, I can develop a World Cup technology, but then, if nobody is buying it, what should I do? So then there is what is called as the cycle of innovation. Meaning you need to get into that cycle. So if it is a 10-year cycle, great, but then at the start of the cycle, when a new technology innovation is happening, there is another technology which is mature and then, delivering at the other end. Right? So if you look into this path, at the end of the 10 years, come from the back, 5G commercialization is happening today. Right? It has not gone to the scale where 4G is today, but it's happening. Right? And then there are a lot of improvements which are continually happening and then things going on. That's when the new cycle actually comes. So 6G invention, followed by proof of concept that need to be made, and then standardization, trials, and finally the commercial. Right? So this is like that vicious cycle which keeps going on. So our understanding was that if you want to scale, then you need to standardize it. And then is there any better platform than 3GPP, where we actually get to standardize this particular part, right? And this standardization didn't happen overnight, right? Even in 3GPP, the first thing that happened was, where money can be minted, which is EMBB, right? So release 15, 16, what started offering 5G service, it mainly targeted the EMBB use case, which naturally then constrains it. Meaning that, when I actually start using that for another vertical, I can't be designing a new air interface. It has to basically scale from the old air interface which was developed, right? So if you look into the path, as we go into release 16, we started discussing on how to take the same EMBB technology and then put it into NTN-like applications, right? So which actually has its limitations because, you're not optimizing the design. But what is the value that is coming? The value that is coming is I have now economies of scale. Meaning I can develop a simple solution which can then get into multiple use cases, multiple sort of applications, right? So that's how this particular thing evolved. And then as of today, based on all the push which has happened in 3GPP and all, we could solve just two use cases. One is called NR-NTN, the other one is called as IoT-NTN. no surprises, NR NTN is still in the drawing board, meaning there is no real use case that need to come of it. Why? Again, there is no surprises because the link budget coming from the satellite is very low, right? Again, going back to Rakesh ji's example, what is the point in actually doing only 10 Mbps over like 2-3 gigahertz worth of spectrum, right? The same way in the satellite, you try to do something, but because of the link budget constraint, it's like a bit pipe, not a byte, huge MB pipe, right? Which is actually good for IoT use cases. Say, for example, if we are only doing location tracking or, small applications, then that's like a good use case, right? So all those people who have shipment going outside, basically want to track inventory and other stuff, this is the sort of application, right? Simple things. For example, let's look into the Indian railway use cases. Do the railway department themselves know how many wagons they have and where they are, what need to be done, right? For example, just to keep it lively and entertaining, yesterday I had a WhatsApp video which come to me. So they had basically parked their wagons. It was parked for so long that, rice or something put on there has started growing, right? And then suddenly they realized that they want to move it. But the problem is cattle is grazing on top of those grass now. So the question they asked is, you didn't even know where it was parked when paddy grew on top of it, but when the cow is grazing it, you are actually pulling it in your direction, right? So that's sort of the reality, right? Now, if with these sort of technologies, you will be able to now track. You will now know through a heat map or sort that, this many concentration of IoT devices are in this particular place, right? There is a real-time way of actually tracking those sort of things, right? And then it's basically paying way to where things are also happening in ITU with respect to 6G and other things, right? 6G, you can't just say that it is only for satellite. In the ITU, we can basically say that there is terrestrial, there is non-terrestrial. When you talk about non-terrestrial, anything above a certain height is non-terrestrial, right? Which will include HAPS, which will include LEO, MEO, and GEO, and it will also include UAVs and other aircraft that actually come in, right? What is the pain point for 3GPP or a mobile device ecosystem with respect to all these non-terrestrial stuff? The biggest pain point was 3GPP knew for long years how to design a static system. Meaning you have a fixed base station, you can design a device which will then do a lot of measurement and then calibration and then do stuff. How do you work on a model when the network itself is mobile? So the first problem 3GPP had to solve was, how do I optimize for the channel when the base station is moving? And then ensure that you are able to quickly measure the channel, you are able to quickly, do handover and other measurements, and then, basically do it, right? So the moment you get into 3GPP, the whole dynamics change. It's not about, designing one optimal system and it functions, no. It is about designing it in the mobile device, which is already doing some other very predictable job today, right? It's some sort of AI, meaning, a device doing a predictable job is now given a task of doing prediction and then tracking something which is flying in the sky and then still deliver something, right? In standard sense, this is simple, but in terms of engineering, it's a real challenge, right? So that's where, how complex it actually becomes. And then I think I have 2 or 3 slides. With that, I will stop. But just looking into it, how this thing has actually evolved over time, and as we get into 6G, what are all the opportunities that is coming in. Long back, there were proprietary solutions, and then 3GPP developed this IoT NTN, and then slowly NR NTN. As we get into 6G, the idea is how ubiquitous can you make it, and how seamless you can make it. So it can't be like, you are actually having a dedicated NTN connection. You do a hard handover and then try to establish new call. That's not going to sell at all. Unfortunately, the pain point today is because of the link budget and then, the different paths it is taking, that the call is breaking and then reconnecting. If you can actually solve the problem of actually continuing the call, meaning you are having the same core able to talk to all those things, you have solved the first 5G to 6G transition problem, right? So I think the bottom line is, please don't expect like a new air interface to come to solve the NTN use case in 6G. The real opportunity comes on how do you actually leverage today's NTN and then make it capable of addressing 6G use cases, right? I think apart from that, these are just some use cases which will go on. These are like, which are the bands and other related supports that need to be given. These are some use cases where it will get applied, right? So again, I'll be very candid with you. The agriculture use case mentioned in here is no different from the remote surgery which I spoke about in the beginning. It's a good societal use case, but it's not going to bring in money, right? So all the focus is going to be about how to put in industrial handheld devices, shipping logistics, and maybe best case, utility grids and other related things. And whatever is developed for these, if you can innovate on and then try to use the same technology for the other applications, you are in business. So that's how, I would expect you to think about 6G technology building. Don't build something for remote surgery or for agriculture use cases, right? Because there's no market, right? Before you enter into the market, you will get bankrupt. You have to target about where you will find a market to basically sell a solution. And then the real innovation comes in leveraging that same solution for your particular niche use case, right? With that, I think, so these are like, all those satellite players who are currently active in 3GPP in developing it, right? Going back to the same thing, you don't see SpaceX here. And that guy is actually deploying hell lot of base stations in the sky, right? So a lot of questions are going to be now asked on, either that guy needs to come into this room or these guys need to develop some solution which is compatible with them, right? So that's sort of, one of the main things that will come in. Otherwise, we also have chipsets, which are already in the market and other things, but then giving back to you, Roy, sir. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinos. I certainly agree that link budget in satellite communication is a challenge, but that could be gainfully utilized for 5G, IoT, and TN, really. So if some strength, some weaknesses, everything might be there in a system, but we can utilize the strength gainfully. That should be our target as per our requirement. Interworking is also under societal consideration of 6G, interworking with satellite. So my question to Dr. Vinos is that how this interworking will be possible seamlessly, whether it will be just like non-3GPP working gateway function sort of thing or anything else.
Okay, thanks for the good question, sir. I'll keep it simple. There are exactly two scenarios. Scenario one is what is existing today, where let's take Starlink as an example. It's a non-3GPP technology. And then you have 3GPP technology which is existing today. So we are talking about interworking in here. The only way these two technologies will interwork is through a common core, right? Where we can actually simplify that effort. So worst case, if that is the interworking we are talking about, then 3GPP or some other body need to develop the capability for a call handover to happen at that level. The IoT NTN use case, what we are discussing today, it doesn't need any interworking because it's the same 3GPP solution. But the catch is, one core is in the sky, the other core is in the ground, and the latency involved in both these cases are different. So if somehow we can ensure that the latency challenge is optimized, we should be able to solve that. I think I was not clear in my talk.
You are too clear.
Thank you, Vinesh, for the candid talk. I mean, we have been in the same boat saying that 5G will solve everything, and now we're talking about 6G. But just one question. So, you see, 3GPP is trying to fit NTN, terrestrial networks, IoT with the same effectively based radio framework. Is it even a good idea? Why should even 3GPP look at non-terrestrial network? It's so good at terrestrial networks. It knows it's the best. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It has proven billions and billions, or even maybe hundreds of billions of devices. Why are we even getting into this non-terrestrial networks? I mean, can't it be a different radio interface? Can't it be something that some other organization looks at and we do some interoperability?
Okay, thanks. Good question, right? So I'll give you the reason behind it, right? It's not technical, it's business. So Thales, who actually makes devices for almost every constellation available today, they figured out that they don't have a way of scaling. Meaning if Starlink puts in a satellite in the sky, they have a custom device for them. If OneWeb puts in something, they have a custom device for them. So they always have devices. Problem is it's costly. Second thing is there is no new innovation coming into that. So I think the analogy is your smartphone versus the policeman's walkie-talkie. Same wireless technology, but look into the form factor it has and services it runs on top of it. So Thales then created an alliance saying that, the only way we can grow is to get into that device which will get into billions, which is the smartphone. So they started driving the activity within 3GPP and then tried to say that, okay, how can we actually leverage some of the technologies which is available in there, which can serve my use case as well, right? So that is one. Second thing is, yes, 3GPP is not like that efficient place to develop it, right? And I think in the afternoon I was making this analogy to someone. 3GPP is like a kitchen. 3GPP is like a kitchen where, you can actually develop 100 dishes. But then the problem is, you have to basically sell it to some guy who will actually monetize it, right? And today the cellular world is the one which is actually monetizing that part. So a lot of efficiency within there is actually sent in that part. So it is more like a 90-10 combination. So 90% of its efficiency is spent in serving all those high-paying cellular customers. And 10% they are actually keeping it like reserve for, exploring these opportunities. So then the lady asked the question, why don't you expand the kitchen? It's great. You expand the kitchen so that you can develop it. But then what if you develop something and nobody buys? Right? So it's a business, it's an industry standards body, right? It's not like a global national standards body or something. It's an industry driven effort. So industry is trying to keep the effort limited, but then maximize the returns. It's pure economics in that sense.
Hello, Vinod. Many thanks for wonderful presentation. One correction in that, in capital letters, none of the satellite system is not proprietary. Almost all the satellite systems, whatsoever you talk about, they are proprietary systems. Okay, it's a question of how we allow them or use their resources to provide the NTN and all those type of things. Because there is no space law as on date. There is no law on the debris on that. And there is a big fight going on between the Europe and the United States and the China and all those. The thing is that populate the space as much as possible so that it becomes a situation where we'll say only this is a club of 4 or 5 countries, only they will operate the LEOs and MEOs, nobody else will come over, we will take care of. So that's the situation we are lending to. And once you put any object in the space debris and all those things, we are crowding it, we are making it dirty. There is no way out on that. So whatsoever space fellows may talk about the great things and great all those things. Another thing is take the LEOs and MEOs, since I have worked in this industry in depth for decades. The thing is that 2/3 of the world is the ocean and 1/3 is the land only. And out of 1/3 land, 80% of the population lives in the 50% of landmass. Europe, Africa, Asia. Nobody lives in Alaska and all those. So my network utilizations, once I put the LEOs and the MEOs, it's only 15 to 20%, not more than that. Even if the cost has come down and they want to compete with the terrestrial system, it's impossible to be done. That's one. Second thing, by allowing these multinational companies to operate in different countries, they are doing that. And all the satellite systems are operated by their respect. Because once I launch SpaceX or OneWeb or anything, or even ISRO, who is responsible for that? That particular country's administration. So if I'm allowing any satellite system which is registered outside to operate in India, I'm allowing the foreign country to operate the satellite service, test the communication services in India. That our regulators and the licensors forget about it, which you will not allow it to terrestrial service to be operated. And then they talk about the free spectrum and this and that. 50% of the business case of any satellite system is only defense. I've worked in, that's why I'm telling you. It's over the horse's mouth. So what we are trying to do, how we are going to survive, that's the big question.
Any thoughts, or you are ready for next? Okay, no, but it's a good observation.
Pass.
Pass. No, I think it's a very good observation. Okay. No, it's okay. It's perfectly all right. I think it's rather more an observation than a question. And I have a very short question. Considering this conundrum, but yes, idea is noble that we need to convert between terrestrial, non-terrestrial. But seeing all these bottlenecks and some concern which Professor Rakesh also just mentioned, how realistic do you think, how far we are actually away for convergence between terrestrial and non? I don't see 10 years the way I see it just now from your dialogue, maybe 20, 30. Do we see any real convergence between terrestrial and non-convergence going forward?
Convergence is definitely going to happen.
Yeah, how far? Just a guess, no commitment. Yeah.
It's okay. So I think when OneWeb came, that was sort of expected because there is an operator which is terrestrial, also runs the other one. But then nobody expected the twist on whether he will get a license to operate in India and other things, right? So it's not technology limited, it's not business limited, it's policy limited, and which is above my pay scale. So I'll keep quiet.
No, but just a guess.
Namaskar. My name is Asit Sinha. I first apologize because I am the odd man out here. I am not related to any telecom or IT or engineering industry. I am an air traffic controller in the Airports Authority of India. My basic job is to keep you safe while you are flying. And now I am designing air routes and airspace and I am managing also in headquarters. So my question is, actually I attended this seminar thinking that actually 6G technology is going to be used to control, monitor and manage the UAV industry in the future. In the next 10 years, the unmanned aerial vehicles will be controlled by 6G technology. So my expectation was I'll learn something about your standardization because it may need some encryption, some security measures because it will be used in some safety critical equipments. But I am a bit disheartened that I couldn't listen to all those. I expected a session dedicated to that actually. But in any case, I am enlightened by a lot of things here. My question to Mr. Binos, that the 6G technology also going to be non-terrestrial because if we are going to control UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, then we need the terrestrial will have a line of sight, so it will be difficult to control or manage. So my question is to panel actually, if India is thinking of using this 6G technology for UAV and UTM, what we call unmanned air traffic management technology. So are we going to use this 6G technology for that? And if we are going to do that, what is the standardization for encryption? What is the standardization for security? And hosting it in a LEO satellite network? Because presently we are using something which is being hosted at LEO satellite network by Iridium. It is called space-based ADS-B. It's a surveillance technology based on satellites. 66 satellites are there from Iridium, and they are sensing the ADS-B transmission from aircraft and sending it back to Earth. And we are getting it. We are surveilling the aircraft and making the safety of it we are taking care of. So, do we have any plan like that?
Okay.
Thank you.
I will answer part of the question and then give it back to Roy sir for the other part.
Please.
Right. So 6G, the interworking or NTN interworking we are talking about is the only thing it discusses is how to give a 6G service from those flying platforms. So if it is a LEO satellite or a HAPS or other things, it assumes that it exists and now you are putting a base station in there and then how do you offer that service part? You have a very valid point that, if you have to offer that service, then that platform need to be also controlled. can be 6G, it can be something else, right? But then since it involved thing, I will give it to the chairman.
In 6G, one of the requirement is interworking. Interworking is the requirement. The demand was for integrated NTN and non-NTN, but that was not accepted. So for interworking, some requirements will be there. It's not integrated, keep in mind. Interworking is different and integrated is different. Integrated means the same thing can be used everywhere. But in interworking, already Dr. Vinos, I asked this question. So what will be the possible architecture for that? And so policy decision, see, 6G capabilities or 5G capabilities can be used for the UAB. But the policy decision and all, that is, I think this is evolving. The user scenario, many user scenario will come with UAV. So I think this is evolving, and if requirements come, so many things will, I think, as per requirements, many decisions are taken. But the thing is that what is the project requirement? If requirement is done there, I think that will be considered. The suitable decision may be taken if policy is concerned. And in the standardization, always in the standardization also requirement is very important. What are the requirements? Whether we have put those requirements before finalization of before initial, during the initial phase of standardization. So I think in future it might be a very good use case, and certainly something could be taken. And one more thing, just when we go in Europe, we get that we are having satellite communication in aircraft also. One of the requirement was direct air to ground communication also. Since you are connected with that industry, so it was discussed earlier also that we can, in India, with the help of only 100 dedicated BTSs, we can cover the whole Indian geography, 3,000 kilometers from north to south and east and west. But finally, that could not be finalized because some conflicts were there, lot of commercial interest is there. So what will happen? That was a very good solution for India, because from Delhi to Chennai, it took almost 2 to 3 hours, 4 hours sometimes. So that time can be utilized for good, we can have good broadband speed if we have direct ground to air communication. But that could not happen. Still, that is being used in Europe, but but global community should agree upon that. That is standardization. And standardization is shared vision for global good. But if it is not agreed, so that could not be done. I think this is the tradition we are following. If requirement is there, that can be done. So we have to put our requirement, like India put the requirement of ubiquitous connectivity. Like that, we have to put our requirement during the initial phase of standardization. So I think. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to add that there is a group in BIS which is actually looking at.
I know that.
Okay, yeah. So.
So considering the paucity of time, okay, one more question.
Yeah. I am talking about the rural broadband connectivity. So for rural broadband connectivity, certainly you will be needing NTN, could be LEO or whatever it is. Now, how we are going to serve the villages after receiving the signal from the satellite? Will it be a mobile satellite telephone, or could it be there is another method by which we can provide them?
Okay, see, this is the problem of being the last speaker in the last session. Most difficult question. So, again, my personal view, NTN is not going to solve the rural problem alone. NTL is going to solve the rural connectivity problem. Connectivity problem is different from the communication problem, right? Meaning that, if I want to send a SOS from the middle of nowhere, NTN is okay, good solution, or a satellite solution is good. But if I want to watch Shah Rukh Khan movie in the middle of nowhere and then still claim that, I want to do it through NTN, yes, if you are a CEO of a company.
Can we think of Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi is good for the last mile, right? So this becomes a different problem, right? Wi-Fi, you can deliver 1 Gbps speed, but that guy is giving you 10 kbps in satellite, assuming, right? As of today's capability, it's like, kbps speed coming down. Why do I need a kbps speed and then delivering it? Unless it is about, you have your feature phones or other in rural places, and then you want like a CPE sort of equipment which receives that data and then gives it to you over Wi-Fi. So the last mile Wi-Fi is okay. But if you want to deliver it directly to a phone, if it is kbps speed, directly put it on the phone.
No, but when you talk of kilobits per second, where is the broadband then?
That's unfortunately what is the reality today. Right, so that's why I mentioned, right, there are two scenarios in 3GPP. There is NR-NTN and then there is IoT-NTN. IoT-NTN picked up because they are able to meet the target requirements and other stuff. NR-NTN, the standard is complete, but then the expectation of broadband coming out of it is not met. So it is still in the drawing board.
Okay, thank you.
So considering the paucity of time, we would not be able to take any more questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for their insightful and interactive talks. May I now request the session chair, Mr. V.K. Roy, Deputy Director General, Standards, R&D and Innovation, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, to formally present a token of thanks and gratitude to the esteemed speakers of this session. Professor Amrutar Bhardwaj, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. We thank you, sir, for your enriching talk. Mr. Sachin Joshi, Distinguished Engineer, IBM. We thank you, sir, for sharing your insights with us. Mr. Vinosh Babu James, Director of Technical Standards, Qualcomm India. We thank you, sir, for your interactive talk. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Shri R.R. Mittal, Advisor and Head Telecommunication Engineering Center, to formally present a token of thanks and gratitude to the session chair, Mr. V.K. Roy, Deputy Director General, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Thank you, sir, for chairing the session. So we hereby conclude this technical session. May I now request Shri B.K. Singh, Deputy Director General, TEC, for the concluding remarks.
Thank you. Respected Advisor Sahab, Senior DDG Ma'am, dignitaries on the dais, audience, colleagues from academia and industry. So now this conference workshop has come to its conclusion. It was blessed by our Honorable Minister of State, Sri Devu Singh Chauhan ji, in the august presence of our Secretary, Telecommunication, and Member Services, Member Finance, Member Technology, our Advisor Sahab, Senior DDG Ma'am. Also, it was blessed by Secretary I&B, and all these dignitaries emphasized upon democratization of technology, reaching to the last strata of the society through Antyodaya program, and also emphasized upon Atmanirbhar Bharat, making in the country, serving the globe through our concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So after that, we had technical sessions. All the experts, they shared their views, and we are thankful to all the speakers who shared their expertise, and the audience who listened them patiently and made them very interactive and beneficial to all. After listening to all these, now I am of the view that how humongous and Herculean task now it is going to be the make standards for these 6D technology based use cases. But of course we have to think out of box. We have to think our traditional methods of making standards, and the way we talk about security by design, we must think something like a standards by design. It may be like that. So it is a humongous task. But day before yesterday, our Prime Minister gave a concept of thought leaders. No doubt thoughts emanate from our academia, and such type of gathering brings the leaders. So these type of conferences bring out the thought leaders. Of course, it is a humongous task, but such type of interactions will certainly bring out the results. At the last, मैं अपने राष्ट्र कवि दिनकर की कुछ पंक्तियां बोलना चाहूंगा कि कोई भी टास्क मुश्किल नहीं होता है, मानव जब जोर लगाता है, पत्थर पानी बन जाता है, गुण बड़े एक से एक प्रखर है छुपे मानवों के भीतर, मेहंदी में जैसे लाली है, बरती का बीच उजियाली है, दीपक जो नहीं जलाता है, रोशनी नहीं वह पाता है। तो इस रोशनी का, थॉट लीडर्स के रोशनी को जलाने का संकल्प लेते हुए हम लोग आज इस सेशन को कंक्लूड करते हैं। आप सबको धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।